Yeah, sound is detected. Shut up. I also broke my promise. Shit. Hello, Dasari. Wait, shit. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, crap. 1 second. Oh, no. There we go. Shit, hold on. I'm here, guys. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Hold on. Hello, everyone. Isn't the Iran war still ongoing? Kinda, yeah. What happened? I accidentally removed something. I'm just trying to fix it, and I'm trying to work out how to pop out chat. I don't know why I can't do it today. Hello, everyone. What's good, K-Money? Everything is good, my man. Everything is good. I'm just fiddling with some stuff. Whoa, I got invited. Invited to what? I think it just says you're invited sometimes if you have notifications for me on. I don't know. Yeah, I'm more having an issue here with trying to work out how to pop out chat, which I can't currently do. How do I pop out chat? Settings. Pop out chat. There we go. It's just been removed off the immediate one. Okay, right, we're good. You're a global treasure. Thanks. I've actually been making TikTok videos as well, which is nice. Feels good, man. Feels good. I got it working. No tank top, thus no flexing. It's kind of cold today, so I wouldn't be wearing one anyway. But no, I did not. Surprisingly, I didn't shit the bed, as you just put it. Thanks for the heart, me. Yeah. Hold on, just doing a bit of fiddling. Are Man United still losing? Genuine question. Do you think Israel will nuke or try to completely decapitate Iran in 20 years? Why in 20 years specifically? I mean, I was watching this terrible film for the podcast I do, because we occasionally talk about films. I watched Golda, which is like a 2023 film, and I'd forgotten this. But Moshe Dayan, Israel, I think he would have been Minister of Defense at that time. Anyway, Moshe Dayan, very significant Zionist figure, wanted to use nuclear weapons as a result of losing, having some losses in the Iran against Syria. He almost wanted to do it, but they didn't do it. But yeah, it's a weird aspect of Israel that they have it, that they have nukes. So I guess you don't have an answer. Yeah, sorry, I can't answer a question that is not immediate and not something that would be a prediction. Anyone can give you a prediction. It will just either be wrong or right. Good morning. Good morning. Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Why do you think Zionism is bad?
Well, I think it's been pretty bad for its victims, aka the Palestinians.
In what sense?
In the sense of they've been dispossessed, oppressed, slaughtered, and expelled from their historic homeland.
Who are you calling the Palestinians?
I mean, this is just dumb as fuck. Like, serious historians of Palestine. There are references to Palestine that are very old.
Palestine was never a country nor a state.
Right, fantastic. I mean, Palestine would certainly be more of an inheritant of a state than what Israel is.
Palestine
you know that,
was not a country nor a state. It was a name given by Yasser Arafat, the Palestinians.
Yasser Arafat created the name Palestinian?
No, he created the identity.
That's not true. There were newspapers in Palestine called Palestine.
Yeah, that was a name that would have been, if you actually would have called an Arab a Palestinian prior to 1964, it would have been an insult. It was a term they referred to as the Jews, but it wasn't an identity.
Where does that come from, that it was an insult?
From the Jews, the Arabs.
No. Where does that come from? Where does that come from, that it was an insult? What's your source of this?
Because no one called the Arabs
Well,
Palestinians.
you can't just
They
say
called
no one
they
said
called
this.
the Jews
Where does
when
this
they were
come
oppressing
from?
the Jews. When
Where
they were
does this
oppressing
come
the
from?
Jews, they called them that.
Where does this come from, though?
Look at different books. Look at
Well, what
people's
books?
accounts.
What books?
Okay, you want to look through Rakella, you want to look through Simon Montefiore, look through the books.
Which one makes a reference to this?
Either.
Which Simon Montefiore book?
When he talks about Jerusalem.
Well, which book and what part of said book? Does he say Palestine was an insult?
I'm saying if you would have called an Arab, I didn't say Palestine is an insult. I'm saying if you would have called an Arab prior to 1964 a Palestinian, they would have taken it as an insult because that's what they called the Jews when they were oppressing the Jews. In 1964, Yasser Arafat created the identity Palestinian people.
Well, I'm not sure where.
Prior to that, they were simply called Arabs.
I'm not
but
sure.
you still haven't
I'm not
answered
sure.
me why
I'm not sure.
Zionism is
I'm
bad.
not sure. I'm not sure where this comes from. Of Simon
Yeah, I'm sure you're not
Sebag
sure. I'm sure you're not sure. I'm sure you're not sure. But you still haven't answered me why Zionism is bad.
So the thing is when you make a claim like this, I know that this hasn't actually come from an interaction with literature. This just comes from you watching like slopaganda on TikTok.
No, I don't watch shit. I literally gave you 2 books.
But you gave me just 2 random books, and
no, they're not random.
Believe
Chris, do you know who Simon Montefiore is?
I do know who he is. Yes.
Right, so that's not a random book.
The thing about it is I don't believe, or you would have to point me.
Are you calling Simon Montefiore random?
I think Simon Sebag Montefiore is a bit of a fucking idiot. I'm going to be honest.
He's not. He's actually one of the most well-respected people.
You
might call him an idiot because you're a pro-Pally.
So Simon Sebag Montefiore is, okay, he's a historian. I think his history is maybe fine. I don't really care for it. I'm much more interested in theory. I think his theory is dumb as fuck and it leaves a lot to be desired.
I don't give a shit about his theory. He talks historically facts.
Okay, well, there are plenty of other people who talk historical facts, and
that's great. I wasn't talking about other people. I was talking about Simon
take an
Montefiore.
example like Zach Foster. Okay, Zach Foster's a brilliant
No,
historian
but I'm not
of Palestine.
talking about other people.
So
Chris. Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting? I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about Simon Montefiore.
Excuse me. Zach Foster, in his work, talks about how the term Palestinian was used well before this point, and I don't know.
Yes, the term was used well. I didn't say that.
But what you're trying to say is that it was an insult, and I just struggled to understand where this has come from.
It was an insult to the Arabs.
So where does Simon Sebag Montefiore say this in his work?
This is what I'm telling you.
Where does Simon Sebag Montefiore say this in his work?
It's actually laughable. Did I once say that they didn't use the term Palestinian?
No. Where in Simon Sebag Montefiore's work did it say the term Palestinian was an insult?
He discusses from people's accounts living at the time in areas like Haifa, Jerusalem, areas in the north, south, east, west of Israel, in the land that was Israel, even prior to Israel being called a state, right, in the British Mandate in the Ottoman Empire, right, because the word Palestine did exist at the time. I never said it didn't. If you would have called an Arab a Palestinian, it would have been an insult, because even the Jews living at the time identified themselves as Palestinians, even though it wasn't a full-on identity.
What does that mean? If they identified themselves...
It wasn't a recognized identity.
Well, Palestinian...
It only became a recognized identity in 1964 when Yasser Arafat stated overnight people went from being Arab to Palestinian.
Okay.
And he was a fucking Egyptian.
Okay, I mean, first of all, if Yasser Arafat was an Egyptian, pretty much every Israeli...
He was an Egyptian.
Well, pretty much every...
An Egyptian?
Okay, what's Benjamin Netanyahu then? What's Golda Meir? What's...
Are you saying that Yasser Arafat
What are all
of
the founders... What are all of the founders of Israel then?
Are you saying that... No,
What makes Yasser Arafat an Egyptian?
That's where he's from.
Okay, what about Golda Meir? Where was Golda Meir from?
I'm sorry. Why are you talking about other people?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Pro-Pallies deflect so much.
Answer the question. Where was Golda Meir from?
Don't deflect from my question.
Where was Golda Meir from?
Don't deflect from my question.
Where was Golda Meir from?
Don't deflect from my question.
Where was Golda Meir from?
Why are you deflecting?
The same could be said of what you're doing. The same could be said of what you're doing.
Why are you deflecting?
Well, Yasser Arafat was Palestinian.
Why are you deflecting?
Yasser Arafat was Palestinian.
You can't talk about shit. This is embarrassing, mate.
Yes.
This is embarrassing.
Okay, you can keep just repeating stuff. It doesn't make it any more true.
You don't know how to answer.
So what makes him not Palestinian?
You don't know how to.
I'm asking you what makes him not Palestinian. I'm asking you what makes him not Palestinian.
He created the identity.
Okay, well that's not answering my question. That's not answering my question. What
In
makes them
1964, he said that overnight people went from being Arab
Brilliant.
to being Palestinian.
What makes him not Palestinian?
He wasn't he acknowledged that it didn't exist.
What do you mean it didn't exist?
Oh my God, it's like talking to a 2-year-old.
You got to explain this to me.
The identity didn't exist. The word did. Of course, the word becomes biblical. It's Pelasa. It means invader. It comes from the Philistines. We know that the word existed. I didn't say it didn't exist. I said the identity didn't exist.
Okay.
People were not people. There wasn't a group of people prior to 1964 called Palestinians.
So, right, okay, when we're talking about this, the Palestinians evidently refers to the inhabitants of Palestine prior to Zionist colonization, okay? So, the inhabitants of Palestine before Zionist...
there were Arabs
No, don't talk over me, because this is the trick that people like you try and play. You make it incredibly hard to debate you, because all you do is gish-gallop around and act as if you have some kind of superiority, because you're just saying shit about things that you have a loose conception of at best, okay? So... what was the population of Palestine in 1882, Jewish-wise?
Sure. Why are you deflecting?
I'm asking you a question.
No, you're deflecting.
Deflecting from what?
You're deflecting from the fact that you can't acknowledge that prior to 1964, there wasn't a thing as the Palestinian people.
Well, there were newspapers called Palestine. People had used the term Palestinian before that. No.
I didn't say the word Palestine didn't exist. I said the identity didn't exist.
Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second, okay?
No, it's hilarious. You're trying to paint me as an idiot because you can't answer a simple question.
It's not really possible.
I'm not going to answer your question until you answer my question.
What question do you want me to answer?
I want you to acknowledge the fact that prior to 1964, there wasn't an identity of Palestinian people.
So you're not asking me a question. You're saying that I have to acknowledge a statement, which I'm not going to acknowledge.
Well, I asked you to prove to me that there was an identity.
What constituted the people of Palestine?
Prove to me that there was an identity.
Okay, right. You are just going to talk over me, okay?
Because you're stupid.
What constitutes Palestinians? Okay, the population of Palestine in 1882...
well, it wasn't Palestine.
Excuse me. This is the thing. You think that you're so clever, but you just talk incessantly. Okay, so the population of Palestine in 1882 was about 92% Palestinian, non-Jewish. There were actually, I wouldn't say that that's a fair thing, because about 8% of the population were Palestinian Jewish people. Then, throughout the late 19th and early 20th century, there was a massive influx of European Jews, aided and abetted.
Where was Palestine?
Aided and abetted. This project was aided and abetted by the British. They brought in a ton of European Jewish people who were Europeans, by the way. They had nothing to do with Palestine. 3,000-year-old history does not make you indigenous to a land. These people were Europeans through and through. In fact, if you read the works of people like Theodor Herzl, he said, I am a German-speaking Jew. I will always be a German-speaking Jew, but I will become German by going to Palestine and doing colonization, okay? So what constitutes a Palestinian then? Palestinian, yes, would refer to some of the Jewish people who lived there, but it would not refer to the European invaders who came over and stole Palestinian land with the help of the British. There you go. That's what a Palestinian is.
Where was Palestine? Where was Palestine? Who was the president? Who was the prime minister?
Who was the president? Why would Palestine have had a president or a prime minister?
Where was Palestine?
Wait. Where else had presidents and prime ministers at that time? As in the Ottoman Empire?
Who was the leader then?
What do you mean, who was the leader?
Who was the leader of the fucking country? What do you think?
Who would lead Palestine at that time? Well,
who was the leader?
I'll ask you a question. Who led the other countries?
Who was the leader? Why are you deflecting?
Okay,
who was the
you
leader?
want who the leader is? So the leader, Palestinian sent a delegation to the Ottoman Parliament.
Who?
Oh my God. Palestinians sent a delegation of notables.
Who was the leader?
Palestinians sent a delegation.
Oh my God.
I just mean, if you're going to sit here and going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Because you seem to not know the basic facts. You believe that Palestine was a country.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, it was never a country, ever.
Well, none of the places around Palestine were technically countries at that time.
Great. I don't give a shit about the other countries. I'm talking about Palestine.
So, if there were no countries there as well, does that mean they were never countries?
No, that's not what I said. I said that Palestine was
Well,
never
what's-
a
what's
country. It
different-
was a
what's different
regional
with-
area.
So wait. What means that Iraq isn't just a regional area?
It was.
Or
I'm not talking about
Lebanon?
other countries.
No.
I'm
Answer
not
the
talking
question.
about other countries.
What about
why
these
are
other
you?
countries?
Why are you so determined to not talk about Palestine every time
Because
I
the
bring it up?
point
It's
you're
like you
trying to
deflect
make.
to other
Because
countries.
the point you're trying to make is moot in the
No,
sense
no,
of.
it's because you don't want to talk about Palestine because you understand that it wasn't a country.
Well, there were no nation states in the area at that time.
Well, I don't give a shit about other places. I'm talking about Palestine. If your whole account is about you're pro-Pali, why won't you talk about Palestine?
Well,
Why are
the
you
point-
so Why are you so concerned about other countries?
The point here is you're saying Palestine had some
The
kind
point
of.
here is that
the-
you don't know how to answer a question.
Excuse me. The point here is that where were the other countries at this time in the surrounding
I'm not
region?
talking about other countries. I'm talking
But
about
the point
Palestine.
is around it. How would there
I'm
be?
talking about Palestine. Where was it? It was never a country.
Well, Palestine was clearly there because there were no other countries around it. They weren't nation states.
Where was it?
They weren't nation states.
Where was it?
What do you mean? Where was
Where
it?
was Palestine?
What do you
How
mean?
can I dumb it down?
It was
even
part
more
of
for
the
you?
Ottoman Empire at that time.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Where
What is your
was
point
Palestine?
of where? What is your point
Where?
of where?
Which region?
What do you
Which
mean?
land?
What do you mean?
Who was the leader?
What do you mean?
What was the fucking currency?
Who was the leader?
Like, what-
Who was the leader of Israel at that time?
What?
Who was the leader of Israel at that time?
Are you talking about prior to 1948?
Yeah, who
Because
was
it
the
wasn't
leader of Israel?
It wasn't Israel before.
So
prior to
Israel didn't
1948.
exist.
Yeah, Israel didn't exist prior to 1948.
So what are you talking about? What then gives
I'm
it more of a
talking
right
about
to exist
fucking
than Palestine? This
Oh
whole
my
thing.
God.
This whole thing.
Are you stupid? I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about Palestine. Why can't you answer a fucking question about
Because
Palestine?
this is such a confusing means to do this. Because you're
Because
just
you don't know
wait.
shit.
Every time I'm trying to speak, you just start speaking over me. I have to
Because
apparently
you're so stupid.
every time
you're
you
stupid,
speak,
and it's
every time you
frustrating.
speak, I have to apparently answer a billion questions all at once.
No, one question. One question. Where was
Yes.
Palestine?
Palestine is the land between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. That's what we
When
conceive
was
of it
Palestine?
now. That would have
When was
probably
it
emerged of
Palestine?
Palestine. It was Palestine under the mandate. It was always Palestine.
No,
Palestine
it was
has,
a mandate.
So the reason,
It wasn't a country.
So what's a mandate?
It wasn't a country.
What's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
But what's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
That's not what a mandate was. They weren't always mandate. What's a mandate?
Yeah, because before it was the British
Excuse me,
mandate,
what's a mandate?
it was the Ottoman Empire.
But what's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
But what's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
But what's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
What's a mandate?
It was not a country.
What's
it was
a mandate?
not a sovereign state.
What's a mandate?
It was a regional area.
That's not what a mandate is. That's what, yes, it would have been a part of the Ottoman Empire. What's a mandate? Whew. I know, she's Googling mandates. I just want to know what a mandate is. Wow, United are losing 2-0. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to hear what a mandate is. I mean, this is one of the more annoying people. It also doesn't help that I just had a coffee and I am on edge right now. Whew, it's exciting. I just want to know what a mandate is. I have to answer every question. She has to answer none. I'm just waiting for her. I don't know what's going. I shouldn't have had so much coffee. I don't know where this person went. I really don't know where this person is. Golda Meir had a Palestinian passport. Golda Meir was also born in Ukraine, and she grew up in Milwaukee. Milwaukee? A mandate is not a woman. Thank you. I don't know where this person went. I really don't know where this person went. Thank you, Bibby the Man, for your amazing thoughts on the world. Yo, Polly, let's go on a man date. Is this person coming back, or the concept of a mandate was too much for her? Michael Carrick has kindly given us show her the currency. What currency? Well, I have no idea where this lady went. Who was the Prime Minister of the British Empire? At what point? There were quite a few Prime Ministers of the British Empire, technically. Wow. Yeah, this person seems to have gone. I don't know why. Very strange behavior. She didn't understand the concept of a mandate. Well, I'm waiting to see if anyone else requests. Yeah, George, you're not coming up because you're mental. You are genuinely a crazy person, so I'm good. In fact, George, I'll probably just block you again because you're not sane. Well, I won't block you yet, George. I'll give you a little chance. I can't come up. Well, do you want to debate or what? Your profile's locked, so I don't know what you're up to. You don't want... Do you want to debate me or what? Coffee doesn't affect me at all. It normally doesn't, but I've had like 3 coffees today and I'm bouncing off the walls. And it's, yeah, just straight up chatting to something. I am really, really bouncing off the walls. Khalil Baidas used the term Palestine. Nice. 3 coffees, it's only... Yeah, I know. I don't know why I've had so many. I think this person is not coming back now. Hello from Iceland again. Hello. This is probably the most bouncing off the wall you'll ever see me. So I guess I'm not invited. Okay, fine. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Do you want to debate me or what?
Well, I mean, I'll talk to you. I mean, I'm sure everything is a debate, but I just, I'm being polite.
Okay.
I think that the big problem is that because it is a name on a map, a lot of people have misconceptions. And it's just important to note a few things that despite the diaspora, there were Jews in that part of the world.
Yeah, they were about 8% of the population.
But okay, and that does not really matter because, and I'll tell you why, okay? There is a difference, and just let me get it out. I'll land the plane as quickly as possible. There is a difference between being indigenous and being someplace a really long time. Now, after the Ottoman Empire and after the British, they had control of the region. That is what the mandate is. They were controlling that region, and they recognized a need.
No. Wait. A mandate is something specific, by the way. A mandate.
But what I'm saying.
No. So a mandate
please.
is repackaged colonialism, basically, and this is why I wanted her to explain it.
Let me just finish.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really want.
Let me just say what I have to say.
Fine.
Please, let me just say what I have to say. So the British had control because technically it was not a sovereign state, nation, things like that. So after that, so the British recognized a need because there were Jews there and there were Arabs there. Now, I just have one quick question. It's just a yes or no.
Wait.
Wait. I just say yes.
8%.
Can I finish? But it does not. I know you're hung up on that, but please let me finish.
Wait. Why would I not be hung up on that? Because my problem and my issue around this is Zionists came to Palestine. They had no desire to work with the local inhabitants, and instead they wanted to exclude them from the society that they were
but
planning on building.
But that is not true, and there are many Arabs that stayed.
What's the
So if
Histadrut?
let me just
What's the Histadrut?
Let me finish.
What's the Histadrut? Do you know what that is?
I don't know if I'm
So
sure
the
what that is.
Histadrut was a trade union that like Jewish settlers established in Palestine, okay? The Histadrut had a specific policy of banning Palestinians from and telling its members that they should not employ Palestinians, nor should they have them live on their land, okay? It literally boycotted and encouraged boycotts.
Can you send me
a
link? Well, let me just say this.
It's called the conquest of labor, okay? There are
and
plenty
when was
of
that
people,
written?
There are
when
plenty
was that
of
written?
people. I think the History
tell
Group's
me.
founded in 1903. So people who write about this.
Okay.
People who write about this are
wait.
Okay, what?
Wait. You told me when it was, and that's kind of important. So let me just finish, because I know this is an emotional thing, and I'm being very polite and kind. I am not saying anything nasty. So you're saying it was 19. Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you feel that the state of Israel was revived? Because I say revived because of the Holocaust. H-cost. I don't know what I can say on here, but do you feel that? Do you feel that the nation of Israel was revived because of the can I say H-cost? I don't know what I can say on.
No.
Okay, good. So,
well, wait. The question is more complex, okay? Because in the context of what the early Zionists thought, the early Zionists were really racist and they wanted European Jewish people.
No, they really weren't. And I just want to finish my statement.
Wait. Can I just Joseph Mossad, Israel's internal others. Can I just read you something?
Well, I want to finish what I'm saying, if that's okay. If you want to debate, you've have been interrupting me.
Okay.
For nonstop because you don't like what I'm saying.
Go on.
No. I'm not complaining. I'm stating a fact.
Please.
Zionism. Okay, so I asked a question earlier. Why were Arabs slaughtering Jews before Zionism?
At what point?
Before the idea of it.
At what point?
Long before the idea.
Which Arabs?
The Arabs all in the area. Why were Jews not
area?
Accepted?
Which area?
The entire region, as to what you would call, the whole region of the Middle East. Why were Arabs, but in the area, why were they attacking and slaughtering them before Zionism?
Well, I mean, they never slaughtered them on the same scale that Europeans did, but
no,
because of intra-religious persecution. You think Arabs persecuted?
No. What religious persecution? Because then what Christians and Jews in the Ottoman Empire? Tell me about them.
Well, Christians were treated a lot worse than Jews.
No, they were pretty much equal in their abuse. So let me ask you this:
the Turks eventually committed like an an extermination of a million Jewish people
before.
Well,
why were Jews being Hebron, Safed? Why were Jews being slaughtered before Zionism entered?
Well, I just gave you the answer. Religious persecution.
You're not answering me.
Religious persecution.
But listen to what I'm saying. Before Zionism is just Zionism is repackaged.
Wait. Excuse me for a second, because you keep just talking and you're monologuing about.
Well,
shit.
you were talking.
You're
and you wouldn't let me get anything
You're
out.
monologuing because your points are pretty incoherent. Okay.
So, no, they're not at all.
First of all, this is very incoherent in the sense of.
No, it's not. It's incoherent to you.
Why were Jews killed by Christians throughout like the 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th? Why were they killing Jews then?
Anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah,
Why?
but what motivated? What motivated that anti-Semitism?
Hatred of Jews.
But what motivated it at that period?
You tell me.
So that persecution back in that time was much more related to Jewish people not being Christian in those periods.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So then later on, when it comes to groups like the Nazis and others, their persecution pertains more to nationalism. The Nazis have a very specific conception of their Aryan racial theories, with Jewish people seen as the most problematic in their racial theories, okay? So there were different reasons for the persecution. Sure, they amount to a hatred of Jewish people, but previously Jewish people conceivably could have gotten out of it by converting to Christianity. They could not do that later on. Now, when it comes to the Ottoman Empire, okay, the Ottoman Empire was absolutely massive. There were parts of ill treatment, there were parts of good treatment. Jewish people were far better treated than Christians, by the way. This is an objective fact.
No, they were not. That's a myth.
How is it a myth? Who's sort of
Because
declared
it's
this
a
a
myth. Listen, all right.
Who's
So
declared this
answer me though.
Who's
Before
declared this a
Zionism,
myth?
that
Who's
was my
declared
question.
this a myth? Who's declared
Before
this a myth?
Zionism.
Who's
Before
declared this a
Zionism.
myth? Who's declared this a myth?
Bef-
So why did
Before
I think this is
Zionism.
I think this is an interesting point. If this is a myth, why on earth did Jewish people flee from Spain to the Middle East and North Africa?
Because it's their indigenous homeland.
But they didn't go back to Palestine at that point. They just spread out across the Middle East and North
Because
Africa.
no, they went to their indigenous homeland.
Well, they didn't go to their indigenous homeland.
They did. They were. Do you know what Zion is in the Bible?
Wait.
What is Zion?
But you do.
No. Next year in Jerusalem, they left.
Wait, can you be quiet for a second? That's not true. Okay, so Jewish
That is
people.
true.
Why do you think that there were like massive Jewish populations in places like Morocco, Iraq, Iran?
The diaspora. That is why.
Yeah, but how do you think they got there?
They were kicked out.
Kicked out of where?
Of Judea. They were kicked out of their homeland.
Yeah, but there was also a massive ethnic cleansing of
Let
Jewish...
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. No.
Wait. There was also... You do realise there was a massive ethnic cleansing of Jewish people from Portugal and Spain in the late 1490s. And that's how a lot of these Jewish people ended up in the Middle East, North Africa.
There were Jewish
Did you
people
realise that?
in-
Did you
Listen,
know the
it doesn't
existence
ma-
of
yeah,
that?
Whether it, listen,
So
listen,
I'll
this
ask
is
you a
what I'm
question
saying.
again. Why did they
Okay.
not return to their apparent indigenous homeland then? Why did they spread out across the Ottoman Empire?
What do you mean? Why did they spread
Well,
out?
if Jewish people were always predestined to return to their indigenous homeland, and that's all they
Well, there are
did.
probably many
Why did
reasons
they-
why they could not
why did they-
return. There was a
well,
lot of restrictions on
but
Jews.
this was in the
but
14
you
this
didn't.
was in
You
the
did not answer
1490s.
my question.
This was in. Excuse me.
You're the one
Excuse
deflecting,
me.
my friend.
Excuse me. But the thing
No,
is
you're
you
the
and
one
this last
deflecting.
person, you and this last person just go. You're deflecting. But I'm pointing.
But you
things,
are. You're
I'm
not
pointing,
telling me.
I'm pointing. Excuse me. I'm pointing
You're not.
things out
You're
to
just
you.
not.
I'm pointing.
I'm not
things-
yapping nonsense.
Okay. What's your
Habibi.
question that you want me to answer?
Why were they being slaughtered in the region before Zionism? Why in
Religious-
Hebron?
religious-
Why in Hebron?
Wait.
Why were Arabs attacking them before Zionism?
Okay. So
You're not. Oh, wait. Here's one
you
more
just
question.
asked me a question. You just asked me.
No. I have a second. I have a
You just asked
follow-up.
me a
I have a follow-up.
Okay.
Well, a separate one. Just another question. Who did the Romans? Why did they pick that name? And who
Why
are the
did-
Philistines?
Why did they pick what name? Well, you've just asked me three.
Syria, Palestina.
You've just asked me three very disparate questions.
No, Syria. Let's stick to that. Syria, Palestina.
Well, you
Let's
just asked me
work on that
three
one.
different questions. That are very
Syria,
disparate.
Palestina. Why did they name it that? Why did they decide to rename Judea
Was
Syria,
it
Palestina?
Hadrian II who did that?
Romans renamed.
Well, it was an emperor. Okay, I'm just
right,
asking.
right.
which
So
specific emperor
why
was it?
did why was it why did they name it that?
Because it had previously been called that under the Greeks, I believe. And
No. But why did they did it to insult the Jews?
There's
Because
what's
the Philistines were the enemies
I
of
need
the
to-
Jews.
What's the evidence of this claim? Do you actually know?
Look it up. The Philistines
so
were the
wait.
enemies of the Jews.
So this is a theory about something that
no,
happened.
no, it's not a theory.
Yes.
Who
Wait,
were the
wait.
Philistines?
Wait.
But who were they?
Excuse me.
Who were they?
This is a theory
No.
from thousands of years ago about thousands of year old history.
No,
okay?
but it's
no.
but it's-
Please. I let you speak. You asked me three questions. You claim that I'm deflecting.
God.
You claim that I'm deflecting. How you understand, right? History that happened thousands of years ago is predominantly just based on theories, guesswork, and the writings that you have of certain people at that time. So one of the things about Emperor Hadrian is that he actually named other places and returned their names throughout the Roman Empire back to Greek names. He was a bit of a Greekophile, I guess is the term you might use. He really liked ancient Greece. And so apparently that could be the reason. It may also be to insult the Jewish people, but this was thousands of years ago, okay?
But it was. So who? So
No.
who were the Philistines?
This is one theory.
But
This is
okay,
one
but who are
theory.
the Philistines? Now I have
The
a second
Philistines
question.
are like a biblical term for Palestinians, right?
No, they're not. It's a Greek. But who are the people? Who were the Philistines?
What do you mean, who were the Philistines?
They
lived
were
thousands of
people, were
years
they
ago.
not? No, but were they not a people?
They lived thousands of years ago.
But
who
who
knows
were
if
they?
they
Were they
fully a
Arabs
people?
or more closely related to Greeks?
Who knows who they were? They lived
They were
thousands
more.
of years ago.
So this is
who
important.
knows?
Wait,
who
wait,
knows
wait,
who
wait,
they? Who
wait,
knows
wait,
who they were?
It's important. It's
Okay.
important to know.
Why? Why is it
It's
important to know?
Because the name Palestine is not an Arab name. It was named after the Philistines. So Hadrian, he wanted to insult the indigenous Jews and named them after their enemy of the Jews, the Philistines. So this is no, but that's important. You're saying it's not important.
Can we be quiet
for
a second? Can we be quiet for a second? Okay. So once again, I think this comes from a misunderstanding and the fact that your interaction with Palestine comes through watching TikTok slop videos from people who want to continue.
No, I'm 60 years old, and
then I would say that your understanding of Palestine is incredibly ridiculous because you do realize.
No, it is not, my friend.
Do you know when?
I'm going to ask you if they named it after the enemy of the Jews. Why did they pick Philistine?
Please be quiet for a second. Please be quiet. Please be quiet for a second. Okay.
I'm not lying.
Now, this 3,000-year-old history is not my area of expertise, but the thing is you do know. Okay, you're quite old. So when it came to
I'm quite old.
When it came to how Israel was sold to America, do you know who Leon Uris was?
La Boubou.
Leon Uris wrote a book called Exodus, okay? Leon Uris wrote this book that was called Exodus. And in it, he sold Zionism as a pioneering spirit that was very similar to what was done in America. Do you agree that the indigenous people of North America are the Native Americans, the multitude of different tribes who existed there, right?
They're a Native Americans here.
So what makes the Native Americans indigenous is not the question of whether they were the first ever people to inhabit that land. It is their relationship to coloniality, okay, that white European settlers went over to America with the goal of eliminating and replacing the indigenous people, creating a society without them in it, okay? This is what the Zionists did in Palestine. This 3,000-year-old history is not what defines indigeneity. It's just not. And there is no example of indigeneity. There is no example of indigeneity.
Yeah, there is.
There is no example of indigeneity where the people who are ostensibly indigenous came to that land with the support of a colonial power when they had been in Europe for thousands of years based on shaky history. By the way, another important thing to note is they didn't actually build a Middle Eastern state in Palestine. What they built was a European-style state. If you listen to the works and words of people like David Ben-Gurion, okay? David Ben-Gurion actively hated Jews from the Middle East. Do you know why? Because he viewed Middle Eastern culture as uncivilized and backwards, okay?
I'm letting you talk.
Well, this is what indigeneity is, not 3,000-year-old shaky history.
It's not shaky history. There's archaeological evidence that proves.
Well, this is incredibly
there's
shaky
archaeological
history.
evidence that proves that Jews are indigenous to that part of the world. It's not shaky.
What is indigenous? Can you read the definition of indigenous?
What do you mean? Read the definition. Listen to me.
Does it mean to be indigenous?
We skipped over.
What does it mean?
We skipped over the fact
No.
that
Answer. You asked me 3 questions earlier, so I'm going to ask you one in return. What does it mean to be indigenous? What's the definition of indigenous? What does it mean? I just muted her and she left, so she wasn't best pleased. Canaanites, I don't care about whether that's not what defines indigeneity, okay? You're talking about 1,000-year-old history. What defines indigeneity? Literally just look it up, okay? Indigeneity. Indigenous definition UN, okay? Read it. Indigenous people have in common a historical continuity with a given region prior to colonization and a strong link to their lands. They maintain, at least in part, distinct social and economic and political systems. They have distinct languages, cultures, beliefs, and knowledge systems. Israelis were colonizers who went to Palestine and colonized Palestinian land. They are in absolutely... There is no way that you can circle that or square that with indigeneity. That is not indigeneity when you are colonizers. That is not what indigeneity means when you are colonizers, okay? And that's the important thing to talk about, not shaky 3,000-year-old history. Right, are any of these people requesting to debate? Okay, I'm assuming this person is. Hello?
Hello. Hi.
What's up?
I find it very odd with the British accent being one of the biggest colonizers in history, including the Levant. You're talking about
What are you
colonization
watching in
as
the
if you're.
background? Can you turn off whatever's on the background?
Yes, yes. 1 second, I'll get up. Do you have white guilt?
Can you turn
Just
off
a
whatever's in the
question.
background?
Yes, yes. I'm moving
I'm going to
from
mute
it.
you until you turn that off, okay? Because I don't want to hear that.
I just did. I just did. Do you
Okay.
have white guilt?
What do you mean, white guilt?
Being a huge colonizer, including in the Middle East, and now fighting against colonization. Do you have any white guilt?
So, when it comes to my country's history, I think there are definitely shameful moments, but unfortunately those happened a long time before I was alive. But there is a lot of present disgusting things that I think that I can actively advocate to change. Now, you are totally right that my country's history is one of imperialism, colonization, theft, and injustice wrought upon peoples all over the world. One of those places where we wrought an injustice, okay, was Palestine. And what Britain did in Palestine was we gave land away that was not ours to give. And we gave it to people who were not from there, who since then have created this intractable conflict that has represented a massive disaster for Palestinians, okay? So
Oh my God. Okay.
I don't like
Were there
that.
Jews on the land?
Yeah, 8% of the population in 1882.
Okay, so did the 8% deserve land?
They deserve to live in a society in Palestine, 100%.
Does the
rights.
8%, so 1 second, do you determine whose land it is by the amount of people that is on the land?
What do you mean, do I determine whose land by it is?
If there's 8%, or if there's 30%, let's say they were the majority, what makes them have the majority of the land? Where does it say so?
Well, I would say that the society there was the one existing before British colonization and Zionist
Well,
colonization.
you asked about Adrian. Well, obviously you have historical
Well,
writings. Have
no,
you
no, no, no,
changed
no,
the
no,
name
no,
of the
no, no,
region?
no,
Are you
no,
going
no,
to
no,
let
no,
me
no.
answer? Or you're just gonna
Because
like filibuster?
because fundamentally,
Because you did it to the other lady
because
before, and you're not
fundamentally,
allowing me to answer.
because fundamentally,
Of course you won't.
3,000-year-old history that is shaky at best is not what defines Israel and Palestine today, okay? What happened is Jewish settlers from Europe went over to Palestine with the help of my country eventually, and they built a state on Palestinian land that was premised on the exclusion and displacement of the Palestinian people and the destruction of the society that existed there. Now, if we're going back to those 8% of the Jewish population, what would I like and what would I think would have been a good outcome for that? I think they should have participated in the society that would have emerged were it not for British and Zionist colonization of Palestine, which would be a society made up of people who inhabited the land of Palestine.
Yeah, can I answer? So I think it's very cute that you want to wipe out everything that happened prior to 1948 because it debunks your ridiculous claims that this was not Judea and I'm not indigenous. I think it's very cute. And you want to start from 1948 or 1939 or 1940s. That's cute, but that's not how you start history. You start history where it begins. So again, when you asked the nice Jewish lady before that you made fun of her age, if there's any historical evidence, of course there is. And they've changed it to Syria Palestina. The same people that you call Palestinians actually refuse the name Syria Palestina. Why did they refuse it? Can you please explain to everybody, Mr.
When did
Smart,
they
oh
refuse
smart one?
Syria, Palestina?
If you actually go to the UN website where, W the UN for recognizing Israel for the state of the Jewish people, actually it's written there that they refused the name Syria Palestina and actually everybody
When
else
did
on the
they
land
refuse? When did
had
they? Wait,
no
wait,
problem.
wait. Sorry. When did they refuse the name Syria, Palestina? When?
Again, if you go to the UN website, I don't have the accurate date.
But
If you
I
actually
don't know.
read
I
and if
don't
you
know.
actually care about history, 1 second, please, can I answer? Or are you just going to filibuster the whole conversation just to be right?
Well,
Thank you. I
I
appreciate it. Can I speak?
just.
Is this white supremacy?
Is what white supremacy?
You not allowing me to speak and answer
How
you.
would this be white supremacy?
Because I get this feeling that you're being a white supremacist that is not allowing me to speak. Is it because I'm Jewish?
Well, no, it's not because you're Jewish. It's
Thank you.
because
So
you're
can I
chatting
answer?
shit. Okay, go
Okay,
on.
can I answer now?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So if actually we look into history, everything prior to Syria, Palestina, when the Ottoman Empire came here and decided to take over, actually comes and aligns with everything that I am from Judea, where my ancestors came from. Now, do you agree that Jews were expelled out of this land to numerous places around the world, including Europe?
I think this kind of stuff is
Yes or no?
quite.
Do you agree that they were
I
expelled
think-
out of the land and pushed
I
out?
think this kind of stuff is quite shaky. And when you're talking about a 3,000-year-old thing that happened, sure, there's perhaps
Were Jews pushed out of the land under every colonization?
Excuse me. I think that things happened thousands of years ago are bad. But I have a question for you. If you're
That's
so
not what I
fussed-
asked. I never asked if it was
me,
bad.
Do you think it's colonization that happened?
Never asked if it was bad. I asked, do you agree that Jews under every colonization empire that came here slowly got pushed out of the land to numerous places, including Europe?
Well, I mean, maybe 3,000 years ago, sure.
So Jews were expelled also to Europe? Do you
Maybe
concede?
expelled. I think that this kind of stuff is
Pushed
shaky.
out under their
this
land.
This is
Why is it shaky?
3,000-year-old history because it's 3,000-year-old history.
But there is evidence for the history.
But can I
Are
ask
you denying
I
it?
ask you a question rather than having this circular conversation about 3,000-year-old history?
Of course, we don't want to talk about it because it takes away
Can I
your
ask
Palestinian identity.
Can I ask you a
It's
question?
okay.
Can I ask you a
Of
question?
course you can.
Why did the early Zionists call themselves colonizers?
They did not.
Okay, what's the Jewish Colonization Association?
There is no Jewish Colonization Association.
So there was never an organization called the Jewish Colonization Association?
Nope.
What's this? The Jewish
Have
Colonization
no idea what that is.
Association. The Jewish
Have no idea what that
the
is.
Jewish Colonization Association was a
You
Jewish
see how easy
excuse
it
me,
is?
Excuse me. It was a
You
Jewish
see how easy it is for me to just deny everything that you bring up the same way you deny everything that I bring up?
Excuse me. But the thing is
You're
you said,
so excused, but why are you denying everything that I'm saying and want me to accept what you're saying?
because the fundamental difference is, okay.
That's not how you have a
The
discussion.
fundamental difference is you are like, oh, I really care about 3,000-year-old history. 3,000-year-old
I care
history.
about all my history. I'm back home, by the way.
3,000-year-old history is not what defines Israel and Palestine, okay? What happened in Israel and Palestine is that Jewish settlers came over from
Why are you
Europe.
saying Palestine? There is no such thing.
Okay, thank you. Jewish settlers came over from Europe to Palestine. They settled on Palestinian land. Now, if it wasn't
British land.
Now,
Your
if
land.
it wasn't-
British.
now, if it
British. You
wasn't-
colonized it.
if it
British
wasn't,
land.
if it wasn't for my country entering into Palestine, well, actually, you know what? I had a question for someone else who then ran away when I asked it. What is a mandate?
Again, these are like low
No,
IQ.
But you're saying
3 years ago questions.
You're saying.
Now let me ask you a question.
No.
Did
What's a
we
mandate?
enter
I'll
Palestine?
mute you. I'll remove you if you
Why
don't
are you
answer.
muting?
I'll mute you if you don't answer the question. What's a mandate?
Of course you will remove
What's a
me
mandate?
because you can't handle a
What's-
discussion.
What's a mandate?
Can you relax? Can you breathe?
Can you answer the question of what's a mandate instead of
Can
being
you
really
breathe?
condescending and rude? What's a mandate?
I am not condescending. I'm trying to correct the false history and
Okay,
the false
what's a
propaganda that you're
mandate?
giving to 400 people. So did we come
Okay,
into a
well-
Palestine, or did we come to the British mandate for Palestine, the land of Israel, because you colonized it and it wasn't a Palestine?
What is-
So was it British, yes or no?
What is a mandate?
Was it British, yes or no?
I think it's pretty important that we establish what a mandate was.
Was it British, yes or no?
I think you either answer the question what a mandate is or I remove you.
Are you
because
going to become like hella
people-
anti-Semitic again?
People will say that I'm...
Was it British?
People will say that, you know, oh
People
my God.
will say that you're not willing to answer in Israeli right now. That's what people would say.
I don't know Israelis anything. You guys are mass
Well, we don't want
murderers.
you to. Oh, you already gave me my land back. Thank you.
guys
I
are
appreciate
you guys
it. That's
murdered
it.
huge
Was
amounts
this
of
British?
Palestinians. I do not owe you anything.
Was this
Now,
British?
I have a question. So Britain ran a mandate. What's a mandate? Because the mandates are
So
not
one
just...
second. So when
Wait,
these
wait, wait.
so-called European
Excuse me,
Jews
excuse
came
me.
off a ship, did they came to a Palestine or to a British mandate
What is
for
a
Palestine,
mandate?
the land of Israel?
Well, I'll ask you
Why
one
can't
more
you
time.
answer
This
me?
is your final chance. I will remove you if you don't answer what a mandate
No,
is.
no, we need to be correct. Was it a British mandate under your colonization? Yes or no?
Actually, you know what? I don't know what a mandate is. Can you tell me?
I have no idea. Can you tell me? Because
wait,
you don't want
you
to
don't know
answer
what a
me that
mandate
actually
is?
we came.
You
Nope.
don't know what a mandate is.
And you obviously
can
don't
you
know
ask
that
me
this
whether
wasn't a
it's-
Palestine and this was your colonization and it was a British colonization for the land of Palestine, the land of Israel. Correct? Which the mandate was to establish a Jewish state, which today W is called Israel.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
So-
you did great.
so-
the only good thing you guys did under colonization is give it back to their indigenous people.
Okay, do you know what's funny about that is there are no other indigenous people in history who came over and were gifted their land by colonizers. Every other indigenous people was persecuted by colonizers. Jewish people are not indigenous to Palestine in terms of how we understand the term indigeneity.
We are so indigenous.
Well, the thing about Jewish alleged indigeneity to Palestine, okay, is you are basing this on thousands of year old history. Jewish people came to Palestine, openly stated they were colonizers, okay? Now, what sets a mandate apart from previous colonialism?
But didn't you try to prove that with the natives of America, with the white Europeans? So why are you going to such a far history? I'm so confused.
Sorry, what sorry, excuse me?
Didn't you, when you claimed to the other lady before that you're going and basing yourself on thousands of history, but you did the same thing with the indigenous people of America and the Europeans. So
Well,
why
no,
would you
what
use
makes
that
the
example?
indigenous people of America indigenous?
No. Why would you deny one history and want to talk about another history, which all of them are 1,000 years back?
What history do you think I'm denying?
My history, and it's not nice, and I'm very hurt.
The reality of your history is you came to the land as colonizers. There were people who nakedly said this, by the way. There were people like, the best examples are people like Jabotinsky, but Theodor Herzl, okay, you must admit Theodor Herzl was seminal in the Zionist project.
Theodor Herzl said one smart thing that I take for life, and next year we'll be in Jerusalem, the rebuilt Jerusalem. Shana haba b'Yerushalayim habnuya. That's the indigenous language, too, if you don't know.
So what Theodor Herzl said was that Palestine and the settlement of Palestine would be...
No Palestine, British mandate.
The settlement of
It was yours.
Palestine would be something colonial. This is something that he said, okay? Theodor Herzl said this.
Again, and under
He
the
messaged
mandate
Cecil
that you
Rhodes.
guys prepared the land for us.
Right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But
Again, you did it.
Do you not
people.
see how weird that is? That the British, the biggest colonial power in the world, you guys are apparently on a decolonizing mission, but the only way you were able to go to your indigenous homeland, apparently, is because the British laid the groundwork for you to go there. Do you not think that that's weird? That the British,
because
you
Schmittler was
admitted...
mass unaliving us, and you guys came very late.
But wait,
you could have saved 6 million lives and more.
The British were building Palestine long before what Hitler started doing.
Again, you were not building a Palestine.
Well, when did British...
You were building.
When did
you were
Britain-
building a British mandate for Palestine, the land of Israel. You were preparing the land for the Jews to come back to their ancestral homeland. Which again, I think that's the only good thing the British ever did. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Do you understand though that that is not what indigeneity is like? That people come over as colonizers with the help of another colonizer?
Again, we never came as colonizers. We came back to
why
our
do you
homeland,
think-
which we were pushed out.
Why do you
And you
think-
just don't like it to
why do
be
you think-
white Europeans, which we weren't white enough for Schmittler, were we, right?
Well, I mean...
Because he said that our blood will dirty their blood, correct? Because I'm sure you know how to quote Schmittler by heart.
Why are you
So why are you
talking-
calling us white colonizers? If
Well, I mean,
Europe didn't accept us
first of
as
all-
white, so why are you calling us
First of
white?
all, you were European colonizers, and you still
No, we
kind of
weren't.
are.
We were we weren't. We were Judeans kicked out of Judea into Europe.
You were European colonizers who went over
No,
to Palestine.
we were Judeans kicked out of Judea. And again, even
Why
for
do you
Europe
think-
itself, we were never white enough. And they said that they
Fantastic.
don't want to mix with us because our blood is dirty. If we were white,
Fantastic.
I'm sure
Fantastic.
Schmittler wouldn't have had a problem with us, correct?
Well, Hitler had a problem with a lot of other white people as well.
But he had a big problem with Jews not being white enough for Europe.
Yeah, and he had big problems with Slavs for not being white enough as well. He killed a lot of Slavic
And
people.
still, he wanted Jews either gone, unalived,
What do
or
you think
whatever
he
his
did
final
to? What do you
solution
think he
was.
did to Slavic people?
Exactly, he did it to everybody, but he made sure to specify when you call me a white colonizer, which I'm not even from Europe, by the way, but whatever.
But the thing is
we
I
weren't
never
white.
called you. I never called you a white colonizer. Now, I called
Yes, you did.
a colonizer.
European, we're not white. Jews are not white. Sorry. I know it's hard for you guys to understand.
Well, you
we're
would
not
still
white.
be a
You are most
European-
definitely white.
You would still be a European colonizer.
We're Judeans.
No,
nope, we're Judeans.
Okay, brilliant. So you guys were European colonizers. The thing is you're going, no, things didn't exist, okay? There was objectively an organization called the Jewish Colonization Association. This existed. There is no ambiguity about that. And this is the reason why I'd rather discuss things like this than 3,000-year-old history. The 3,000-year-old history that you wish to talk about is based on opinions of a few people. Like, it's...
False. Historical facts.
No, this is the thing. Surely you must admit
Yes.
that history 3,000 years ago was a lot more shaky than history that we can find from like 100, 200 years
False.
ago. Why?
False.
Why?
Why? Because we have evidence for everything.
But
And
the
that's
thing
why
is,
it's so
but the
easy
thing
for us
is
to
wait,
prove
wait,
our
wait, 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 wait,
indigeneity
wait.
to this
But
land.
surely you
That's
must
why you're
understand.
crashing on TikTok.
Surely you must understand that things that happened thousands and thousands of years ago, okay, are different when it comes to writing history about them because of the fact that a lot of people, the amount of record keeping, the amount of people who could write was just far more limited. Whereas today we have a ton, like a way larger amount of systems.
Are you religious by any chance?
I'm sorry, stop deflecting. We have like a way larger
No,
amount
I'm just asking, are you religious?
Excuse me. We have a way larger amount of systems to note things down. Like,
Okay, are you religious?
Look at the advent of the. I mean, this is just like indicative of how dumb you are. If you can't reckon with the
Thank
fact.
you. I appreciate that,
But
Holmes.
if you
Again, are you religious? Are you a Christian by any chance?
This is truly incredible.
If you're a Christian and you don't take history, that means you would wipe out your own history, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Are you a Christian, yes or no, sir?
No.
Are you any religion?
No.
That's a problem. You're an atheist, for the love of God. Okay.
So what?
So I guess
What's the problem with being atheist?
just can I ask a question and we'll go back to the topic.
Yeah,
What makes you not nick your mother as an atheist?
Makes me what?
Not nick your mother,
What is
meaning do
nick?
schmicky schmicky. Schmicky schmicky. Where do you get your morals from?
What do you mean, what makes me not bang my own mother? That's a very
Yes.
bizarre question to ask someone.
No,
I mean,
it's
if you
not.
ask,
You're an atheist. You
if
have
you
no
ask
moral
Freud,
ground to stand
we all
on.
have our desire within us to do this, no matter whether we're religious or not. That was Freud's conception of this kind of stuff. But what makes it? An internal repulsion
you
at
get your
doing that
morals?
kind of stuff. No attraction coming to my mother. Where do I get my morals from? Well, I base them on
Yes.
principles that largely emerged after the Second World War to some extent, but also
Where
I would
did you
say,
get those
but
from?
also I would say that my morals are just treating other human beings with dignity. I'd say that they come from my own personal research and decisions that I've made about political
Where do you
events
get not
around
to
me.
unalive? Where do you get not to unalive from?
Where do I get not to unalive? Where do I get that from? You think that
Where
that
do you
comes...
get? Yeah. So your law system is based on what, please?
In what way do you think that
Your
is
law
entirely...
system in the UK. What is it based on?
What do years
It's okay, I
and
like
years
the
and
small
years
giggle.
and years and years of development. And a
Where do you think
separation.
where do you think they got it from?
So in my country, there is an effective separation of church and state. Now, this kind of thing of like not to unalive, Christians killed...
Is it on Christian
Christians,
values?
wait. Christians killed scores and scores of people for not being Christian. You know that, right? Saying that this is based entirely on Christianity is not necessarily true. And in
Not what
fact,
I said.
me deriving my opinions about whether we should or shouldn't kill people, they are pretty evidently not informed always historically by by
So
Christianity.
amazing. Was
No,
your
no.
country built on Judeo-Christian values? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Oh my
What did my country
God.
What did my country do to Jewish people for hundreds of years?
What
What did my
I'm
country
saying.
Wait, what did my country do
What
to
I'm saying.
what
We
did-
have atheists walking around the world with white guilt, trying to debate things that they know nothing about.
What did-
Which breaks my heart.
Can I ask you a
So
que-
you
can I
don't
ask
like
you a
anything
question?
historical, do you?
Can I ask you a
Yeah.
question? What
So
did-
do you know what time
Wait,
is it in
wait,
Israel right now? It's
wait.
5. It's 5. I live in Israel, by the way, which is amazing. And again, thank you. Thank you for being smart enough to give it back to us, the indigenous people. So just a question. Do you support Hamas?
No, it's illegal to support Hamas in the UK, but you're asking me a lot of questions without actually addressing
Do you? So
anything.
what do you support about the Palestinians exactly?
I think that they have a right to dignity. They're the people who lived in the land you guys went over with the help of my
I
country.
100% agree with you. So when they were annexed by Jordan, did you
Okay.
care then? When they were, I don't know,
When
maybe
they were
occupied
annexed-
by the Egyptians.
Excuse me. When they were annexed by Jordan, how old do you
Yes.
think I was when they were annexed by Jordan?
Did your parents or your grandparents care enough or no?
What do you mean? Did my grandparents...
What about the occupation that the Egyptians held on them for 19 years?
My grandparents-
Did you guys care
my
then?
wait,
Did they revolt then? Did they do any massacres, mass unaliving of Egyptians?
Sorry. Be quiet for a second.
It's okay. I forgive
No.
you. I forgive
No.
you.
This is just talking and talking and talking and
Why are
talking
you getting
incessantly.
frustrated? I'll mute. Relax. Okay,
Because-
I'll mute. Just relax. It's okay.
Because, first of all, I mean, my grandparents were about 7 when Egypt took over the Gaza Strip. They were about 7 when Jordan took over the West Bank. My parents were very young children when the West Bank...
Oh, so
was
you
lost.
agree that the so-called Palestinians were occupied by Egypt and annexed by Jordan before even the European Jews came, like, whatever? Or
Sorry?
did anything to them?
Sorry?
So again, so when Israel was established, there was a full annexation by Jordan, correct? Nobody fought for them. Then they were occupied for 19 years.
Wait. We need to stop for a second. What did you just say?
I said again. I'm going to repeat my words.
Okay.
So before Israel or the white Europeans were ever blamed for anything, you had colonizers. You had people that were in control of these so-called Palestinians, which again, if you read the UN mandate, it says Arabs, but whatever, we're not going to, fight about it, even though it was literally existing in 1964 by that guy that was stuttering. So we understand that for 19 years, they were military occupied by Egypt and no freedom. Why didn't they resist then for their freedom?
Okay, so under Gamal Abdel Nasser, believed in the liberation of Palestine. He literally actively fought against the Israelis. If you don't see what the difference is as to why there was no revolt against that versus an Israeli occupation that moved settlers into Palestinian land.
So they didn't want their freedom for 19 years?
Wait.
One second. So when they were military occupied, why didn't they do anything for 19 years? Why did they only try to get into the state of Israel and mass unalive Israelis and Jews?
Hold on. You are just saying shit now. So fundamentally, what did Gamal Abdel Nasser do whilst he ruled over the Gaza Strip? What did he do?
Have no idea. Educate me, please.
Well, Gamal Abdel Nasser fought against Israel multiple times.
Again, did he give the Gazans their freedom for 19 years? Yes or no?
But what I'm saying
if they wanted liberation so bad to be these so-called Palestinians that they claim that they are, why didn't they get freedom?
Can you be quiet? Well, I've just explained it.
Yes, but I'm answering you back and you're getting frustrated.
Gamal Abdel Nasser was invested in liberating all of Palestine.
So he occupied them for 19 years and told them, wait here for 19 years, let's try to liberate them, even though we literally lost in 1967 and 1973 and we couldn't do anything about it. Well, and in 1967, they did the smart part was just keep Gaza because it was a complete headache for them. And then they decided to build 5 borders because they know the chaos that these so-called Palestinians bring to them.
Excuse me.
So again, why didn't he give them their freedom?
Wait. You are that is some very shaky history there. So Nasser lost in 1967 and the Gaza Strip was conquered by Israel.
Yes, and then we were so nice and said, hey, we want peace. How about you take Gaza and the Sinai back? So they said, oh, hell no, we're just going to take the Sinai. Keep Gaza because it was a complete headache for them.
So why Egypt didn't want Gaza is because, first of all,
because they were a headache.
No. Egypt
the same way they were a headache in Jordan, the same way they were a headache in Lebanon, the same way they were a headache everywhere they went. So Egypt found a perfect opportunity to take that off their backs.
What?
And they gave it to Israel. And then I had to coexist with them for like a few years until they decided to be so vicious.
Excuse me.
Yes, you're excused.
Okay, so first of all, Egypt didn't choose to get rid of Gaza. Nasser launched the war in 1967 happened. And Nasser, even though he failed, his goal was to liberate all of Palestine, okay?
Then so why didn't he take it back?
He lost the war.
Why didn't he take it back? So if he cared about the Palestinians, why would he leave them in the hand of Israel?
Excuse me. Nasser never had a chance to take it back. When was Nasser?
What do you mean? Of course, Israel offered Sinai and Gaza back.
When?
After the war.
Which war?
After the war ended, 67.
Where did they offer it back?
When they sat and made a deal in order to come to some peace agreement.
When did they make a deal?
They offered Sinai and they offered Gaza.
When did they make a deal?
Egypt took Sinai back, refused to take Gaza. If they cared about the liberation of the Palestinians...
Can you stop? Wait, this is the problem. You are just talking.
Israelis.
You are just talking incoherent babble, okay? Answer the question.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about...
When was that peace deal?
My family actually...
I don't want to hear you tell me about your silly nonsense. When was that peace deal? When was that peace deal?
1977.
Okay, no. You've answered. Okay. So you've answered that question. Was Nasser alive at that point?
I don't care, but isn't the whole agenda of caring of the liberation...
Wait, you're trying to pick through my history.
So are you telling me the next leader didn't care about the Palestinians?
Daniela, I've muted you, here.
No shit, you've muted me, I can see.
The point of muting you...
I know.
So I'm muting you for the sake of... You just made the claim that Nasser was offered this back. No, Nasser was never offered it back. And even if
I made the claim Egypt did, never said Nasser.
Yes,
you did.
you just said.
No,
you
I
just
said Egypt was offered Sinai and Gaza back. If the whole idea of the Egyptians caring about the Palestinians, even if Nasser didn't exist, why would they leave them in the hand of the Israelis if they wanted a full liberation for them?
So-
Did they not? Were they not all aligned all of a sudden?
So Nasser was dead at this point, and the man in control of Egypt was a guy called Anwar el-Sadat, okay? You know him? You heard of him? He's the one who struck the
Yes, he
So-
sat with Golda Meir. They had a few laughs. It was very cute. I saw a video. Very cutesy.
So Sadat offered the Israelis this. Now, why didn't he take Egypt? Because first of all, why didn't he take Gaza? First of all, Egypt, economically speaking, was doing horribly at this point. Managing the territory of Gaza was not something it needed to be getting up to at this time, okay? But the other major thing is, at this point, Sadat would have supported a two-state solution for the Palestinians, okay? Some kind of two-state. He didn't want to rule over that. He wanted the Palestinians to rule over themselves. That's why he didn't want to take it back. The Jordanians, on the other hand, were actively trying to do that. So what the Jordanians
for
wanted...
sure. That's why they annexed the shit out of them, but it's okay.
Annexed the shit out of what?
Are you done so I can rebuttal
wait,
you?
annex the shit
this
out
whole
of...
UN speech. So
Annex
again,
the shit. Sorry.
so just a question. Was the idea...
Daniela, you can't just say loads of stuff and just...
I could say whatever I want. Finish and I'll answer you. Thank you.
Because none of this makes sense. You don't know
You're
anything.
very sensitive for a man in 2026, but it's okay.
Okay,
we'll work
fantastic.
With it. Now,
what history do you have
can
to
I
debunk
answer?
of mine?
Thank you. I appreciate it. So if the whole idea was they care about the Palestinian people and their liberation, even if he didn't exist anymore and he was unalive, why would Anwar Sadat, just because he didn't have enough money, didn't care about the Palestinians at the time and put them in the hands of the so-called bad, evil Israelis, colonizers, Europeans? Why wasn't there a greater idea to actually preserve and keep the Palestinians in order to help them in the future? So what you're telling me right now is that Egypt didn't care. One second, I wasn't done. I'm almost landing. I'm almost, one second. Let me land. Thank you. I'm not hijacking. This is not Antebbe. Relax. Thank you. So what you're proving to everybody is Egypt actually wanted them out of their hands. Na, 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 ni. Na, na.
Okay.
Proving to us that Egypt actually did not care. They have rather put them in the hands of the Israelis, which coexisted with them and actually gave them a liberation to coexist with the Israelis on the Gaza land while they were occupied for 19 years and they did nothing for them. And after they got rid of them, they built 5 borders. So nobody really wanted to help these so-called Palestinians that invaded every land and literally caused trouble. What the hell?
Okay, so you've just said loads of slop. Like loads and loads and loads of just pure fucking slop at this point, okay? So, why did Sadat behave differently? So, Sadat had a different conception of what it was. He was less interested in supporting the Palestinian liberation. Oh, fuck's sake. Fucking hell. Okay, right. So Sadat was more interested in drawing closer to the Americans, and Sadat was expelled from the Arab League for doing this, by the way. How do I turn this stupid shit off? I'm going to block this account so you can stop sending that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The Jews. We're always here just to help everybody.
Well, the thing is I can explain this stuff to you, but the thing is you're not going to listen and you're going to live on these conceptions of slop. Now, Israel's treatment of Gaza was absolutely abhorrent. You know, you guys ran torture camps, you mass tortured Palestinians in Gaza. You know that, right?
False. Continue.
That's not false.
Completely false.
Have you ever heard of On Gaza Beach by Ari Shavit?
No.
Okay, so Ari Shavit was an Israeli soldier, and On Gaza Beach is a story of what he did during the first intifada in Gaza. You did not live in peace with them. That is objectively a lie. It is utter slop. Much like all of the history that you have given here, all you do is gish gallop around to the point where it is impossible to even interact with you because you have such a loose conception. Let me read you what Ari Shavit said.
Are you going to bring Finkelstein in like 5 seconds too?
Or maybe the doctor is to blame. You wake him in the middle of the night to treat one of those just brought in. A young man, barefoot, wounded, who looks as if he's having an an epileptic fit, who tells you that they beat him just now on the back and stomach over the heart. There are ugly red marks all over his body. The doctor turns to the young man and shouts at him in a loud, raging voice. He says, "May you die." And then he turns to me with a laugh. "May they all die." So this is a testimony of someone called Ari Shavit from 1991.
That is very, very Shakespearean, very cutesy, very nice. I don't take these testimonies, nor do I care.
Why would you not
now,
take
can you please tell me?
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Why would you not take that testimony?
Because I have no idea who this guy is. Now,
Ari
can I ask you a
Shavit,
question?
wait. Ari Shavit was an Israeli soldier. Like, he objectively was.
Why
will you not take his testimony?
muting
Why will you
me?
not?
This
because,
is so rude.
Because I have to ask this
Very
question.
rude of you.
So Ari Shavit is an Israeli reporter, okay? He's hardly like some crazy pro-Palestine activist.
Listen, I'm going to do to you what you've done to me with my history. You're not willing to accept history. I'm not willing to accept your
Because
sources.
when you
That's
say-
how it goes. If
But-
you're going to be willing to accept sources from us, maybe we will be willing to accept sources.
But you haven't
from
provided a source for what you're saying at all.
Well, I've provided, you denied. You don't want to talk about 3,000 years of history. So I'm just going to play your game, which is very easy. And I'm just going to ask you a question because you know so
Okay.
much about Intifada. Can you please tell us what happened in Israel during the Intifada?
Which one?
1, 2.
So during one, it was largely non-violent resistance against the state of Israel, and you guys responded...
kabooming buses, non-violent. No, yeah, it's normal for a bus to just kaboom itself in the middle of the day.
Attacking buses.
Is that violence, yes or no?
Attacking buses was much more part of the second Intifada. But even then, okay...
Kabooming buses, is it violent, yes or no? Because it's not it's not normal to go in the street
when
and
are
watch
you talking about
bus
buses?
kaboom.
When are you talking about buses being blown up?
Throwing bottles, I don't know how to say babukete tavera in English, throwing bottles over the border, which obviously we know what those bottles have. Was that peaceful? Were they very peaceful?
Was it peaceful when your
No,
defense...
that's not what I asked.
Wait,
I asked, you
me-
claimed it was
you asked
peaceful.
me-
So now I'm giving you examples. Can you please answer?
So was it peaceful when black...
So you can't answer?
Excuse me, would you judge black South Africans in the Soweto uprising?
Again, I judge anybody that uses violence.
So do you think that black South Africans...
I judge people that use violence, grape, kabooming. Yes, I
Okay,
judge.
great.
That is not resistance. So now
do
you just
think-
confirmed to me that you support age group. Thank you.
So do you think that black South Africans had no right to fight against the occupation? Because during the Soweto uprising...
Sir, I don't do the Pali propaganda. I asked you a question. You're the one that claimed that Intifada was non-violent. I gave you examples of very violent incidents. Was it violent? Yes or no?
When were these violent incidents?
In Intifada 1 and 2.
So
why
when was
do you
what was
think
the
we
bus-
even reacted?
What was the bus being blown up in the first Intifada? When was that?
I don't know an accurate date.
But you
I
said
gave
you
examples.
said you could give me sources and examples. You can't provide
Would
that.
you like a
Maybe
would you like a date? One moment.
Maybe you should go and look after your children instead of, just being a horrific person.
Don't worry about it. They're watching Labubu. They heard Labubu and you're thinking now they're watching Labubu. Is that okay with you?
Yeah,
Again,
okay.
I'm the last Jew or Israeli that you could do these ad homs with and take me out of my game. So let's talk and let's be respectful. How about that? How about not use my children and stay on point? Let's talk about violence. I like talking about violence.
Go on.
I'm going to give you a date, okay? 1 second.
Okay.
Amazing. Intifada 2.
Well, we were talking about Intifada 1.
2000.
We were talking about
Both.
Intifada 1.
What did they do in Intifada 1? Tell me.
So, during the first Intifada, there was definitely violence that occurred. That's absolutely undeniable. But it's rather evident that the violence inflicted during the first Intifada was categorically massively in favour. The Israelis were the ones who engaged in much more violence. during the first
So just a
Intifada.
question. So poking citizens, is that violence? Just going to random Israeli citizens and poking them. Yeah, I can't say the word. I don't want you to get banana, nor do I
What
want
do
to
you
get
mean,
banana.
poking citizens?
Using a poker, like KNIFE.
During the first Intifada, stabbing someone?
First, yes.
Yes, that would
Is
be
that
violence.
violent?
Yes.
Amazing. So would that be a peaceful Intifada or would that be in
So
Violent.
when it comes to the
Intifada.
first Intifada, millions of people participated in it. Some people did use violence, and you agree that's violent,
So
right?
it was a
So-
so it was a violent march, correct?
So killing someone is violent, correct?
100%.
Okay, so what about the Israelis killing 10 times the amount of Palestinians?
Do you want to hear my answer?
Yeah, go on.
Now,
What
are
about
you
the
talking about
Israelis killing
Intifada 1, 2, or 7th of October?
Israeli
Which one?
Intifada, the first Intifada? What about the fact that
Okay,
Israel
amazing.
killed approximately 1,600, 1,700 Palestinians during the first Intifada? How many Jewish people got killed?
So, again, if you're attacking me and I'm retaliating against you, you have no leg to stand on.
So, the first Intifada was sustained largely through mass non-violent protests. There were
False.
incidents of
Very
violence.
violent.
No. There were incidents of violence.
Very
okay?
violent.
There were incidents of
We
violence.
lived through Intifada 1 and 2. You do know that, right?
The first Intifada, there were instances of violence from Palestinians, but there were also millions of Palestinians who participated in it, and yet the number of Jewish people killed was only about 170, something like that. Maybe, I think it goes up to 200, okay? You've gone. She's gone.
I was getting you the accurate number. Relax.
Okay, yeah.
160.
Okay, yeah. So 160 Israelis were killed by the millions of
So
people.
if that Intifada never happened, would they be alive?
I swear to God, be quiet. I swear to God, be quiet. Because the thing is here is this whole time you've gish galloped around. Let's for a second take a step back, okay? If millions of people participated in the first Intifada, and the majority of them engaged in non-violent protest and didn't kill Israelis, we would declare that event largely non-violent because there was a humongous amount of people participating who didn't engage in violence, okay?
Oh, you want me to answer? Because I don't know if you're going to have like a meltdown. I'm getting you the accurate number of how many Palestinians. 1 second. Okay, amazing. So where did you get the millions that participated in the Intifada? Because there is no source that tells you the amount of people that actually participated in the Intifada.
So I know
1.
this from people who talk about it. So Noam Chomsky is a great example. He talked about it in the 1980s.
So amazing. And I'm an Israeli and I live here. So who do you think the source is stronger, you or me now?
Do you think it is possible that someone who spent...
No, that's not what I asked.
No,
You claim
I'm asking you a
with
question.
your mouth
I'm asking you a question.
saying there were millions that participated in the Intifada. Where do you get that number from?
Just sources, resources. For example, Noam Chomsky talks about it. Plenty of people talk about the first Intifada.
So do you take Israelis as sources?
Well, I mean, there's a fundamental difference between a random person like you on the internet and someone like Noam Chomsky.
Why random? I'm Israeli, but I'm Israeli.
Because
I need to be famous. Trust me, I'm very famous. You just don't know yet.
You giving your perspective of just saying,
I am
Israeli,
so famous in the US that you don't even know how famous I am.
You just saying, I'm Israeli. If I was British and I claimed that I knew everything about my country because I'm British.
But I was born in Israel and my family literally served during Intifada 1 and Intifada 2.
Well, your
family, so where did you get the source of millions?
What do you mean the source of millions? Just people who talk about
You claimed
the Intifada.
In order to sell this to 458 people, you said millions of people protested, and then you guys went and attacked, and only 160. No, it wasn't millions.
Okay, how many people
So I want an accurate number.
Then? How many people
I don't know. There's no source. There's no source, but not millions.
So most people talk about it as a mass uprising.
How many people then? If it's a mass uprising, millions, thousands. Can a mass uprising be only thousands?
Let's say 100,000.
That was your claim. Now you're going to have to prove it. I don't have to.
Let's say 100,000. Let's say 100,000 people participated.
You're going to have to prove that.
What do you mean, prove it?
You're going to have to prove your claim that was thousands upon thousands or millions upon millions.
Intifada. Well, you're an Israeli. You should know everything.
I know everything, but you're the one that's making the claims thinking you know everything from that seat in the UK.
Nadia Nassar-Najab, a participant in the first Intifada.
You want me to take a Palestinian source?
But you said I should just trust an Israeli.
Why don't you just give me Abu Abeida? Just give me Abu Abeida.
What's the equivalence between a Palestinian academic and Abu Abeida?
They're both Palestinian.
So, is every Israeli Ben Gvir or Meir Kahane?
No. Mayor
Why
Khan
not?
is banned in Israel.
Well, I mean, one of your politicians is literally a fan of his.
So if I just Google this woman right now, would she be supporting the uprising? Yes or no?
Which uprising?
The so-called Intifada, the peaceful march
Yeah, she was
of the Palestinian
she
people?
was a participant in it. So yes, of course.
Oh, so that means she would be biased, correct?
Noam Chomsky is not a participant in the Intifada, and he supported it. He's a Jewish guy from
Does
America.
does he support it? So he would be
talks
biased, correct?
He talks about its popularity. So
But he would be biased if he supports them,
what's
correct?
the source that I'm allowed
Because
to
you're not
listen
willing to take me
What's
because you're
the-
claiming because I'm just an Israeli, I would be biased, correct?
Well, both
so
of-
none of us can
both
actually
of-
prove numbers of how many people participated, but what we do know, it's they started, correct?
Both of these people are academics. You are someone who seemingly
And you
doesn't...
don't want historical facts from academics about 3,000 years ago. So it fails for you again. So I'm going to ask you a question again. What we do know, because neither you or neither I can prove numbers, please tell me, are they the ones that started?
What do you mean? Are they the ones that started? No, you
With the
guys...
so-called peaceful intifada.
So you guys started the Intifada by occupying their land?
By putting a border up and saying you can't come in?
No, you occupied their land and built settlements in their land.
No, we didn't. We coexisted and then we left.
You built
We
settlements.
uprooted ourselves. We uprooted ourselves completely. Even our families and our graves.
Can
We
we stop
left.
for a second? This is
We
why
left.
This is why it's so hard to have any kind of discussion with you. When are you talking about?
You're claiming we built settlements, correct? But we left Gaza, correct?
When do you think the Intifada was?
So 1 second. So when we took over
Wait,
Gaza,
answer the question. When do you
one
think
second.
the Intifada...
When we took over,
Wait,
one
what?
second. When we took over
What?
Gaza, was
How-
it called Israel at the end? Was it a part of Israel? Yes or no?
How can I converse with you when you're just...
After the Intifadas, we had to leave, correct?
Which Intifada?
Again, I'm going to ask you.
Which Intifada?
When we took over Gaza, was it under Israeli rulings? Yes or no?
When? Because you're talking about a lot of different things.
When we took, you're claiming we built settlements in Gaza, correct? That's after we took it from Egypt, correct?
Yes, you built settlements in Gaza.
Did we have every right after winning that part of Gaza, which was under Israeli ruling, to build settlements or
No.
whatever you want to call it?
No.
Why not? Were they sovereign?
Because under international law, you're not allowed to seize and hold territory, and you're not allowed to move settlers into it. This is accepted by the vast
But it was
majority.
one under war.
Wait.
But it was one under war.
But even under war, you're not allowed to take territory and settle
But
your
we
people in it.
coexisted in Gaza, and we all walked into Gaza for many years until the Intifada
But the
started,
problem
and
is,
then we had to leave because of the violence, correct?
You guys, well, first of all, the first Intifada, there are two different Intifadas. Once again, this is why I'm struggling so much to even converse with you.
After the second Intifada, we left
But we were discussing
completely. We
a second
uprooted
ago.
completely.
A second ago, we were talking about the first Intifada, which, as someone pointed out, began in 1987. Now you've leapt to
Again.
the second Intifada.
No. You're claiming we
the thing
built
is-
homes there. Of course we did. It was under Israeli territory. Ours.
So no,
That's it.
no.
We're allowed to build whatever we want there.
You are the only people in the world, aside from the Americans now, who agree with that.
Or the British, the biggest
so the
colonizers
British-
around the world.
The British don't agree with you. The British, my government still to this
So,
day does not agree
to
with
be
you.
honest with you, I don't care. We won it fair and square with the war in Egypt that actually could have for years give them their sovereignty
But
and
under-
their liberation, which refused to do
under
so.
international
So after
law-
we built homes
You can keep
under
talking.
Israeli territory,
You can keep talking.
Intifada 1 happened, and then in Intifada 2, we uprooted everybody, correct?
What?
We left. After Intifada 2, we
So
left.
why are you
we uprooted
jumping?
everybody.
Why are you jumping between the two different Intifadas?
There is nowhere that you could tell me that after I took over that land under war, it became Israeli territory that it's called settlements, because for years we lived there and it was pretty fair of
Okay,
non-violence
so
until they decided to bring their little radicals
Can
in
I
there
just
to
have
fight
you-
among each other when Fatah and Hamas started fighting each other.
Can I just have you restate that there is no justification under international law?
Do you think I care?
But can you tell me again? You said under international law there is nowhere that says Israel can't build settlements.
That's not what I said. I said
What
I
did you
don't
say?
care.
But you
I
said
said
under
that I don't
international
care.
law. Okay, so I don't really care.
I said I
think,
don't care. You use international law.
I think
I don't
well,
care. I said
you,
I won it fair and square.
a second ago, you definitely did literally just say that there
You
is
can
nowhere.
literally rewind,
Okay.
and I said I don't care.
Should we do that? Oh, no.
That's not what I said. I said
What
I
did you
don't
say?
care.
But
Okay,
you said,
one
second. Settlements in
Did
Gaza.
we have every right after winning that part of Gaza, which was under Israeli ruling, to build settlements or whatever you want to call it?
No.
Why not? Were they sovereign?
Because under international law, you're not allowed to seize and hold territory, and you're not allowed to move settlers into it. This is accepted by the
But
vast
it was one
majority.
under war.
Wait,
But it
this
was one under war.
But even under war, you're not allowed to take territory and settle
But we
people in it.
coexisted in Gaza, and we all walked into Gaza for many years until the Intifada started, and then we had to leave because of the violence, correct?
You guys, well, first of all, the first Intifada, there are two different Intifadas. Once again, this is why I'm struggling so much to even converse with you.
After the second Intifada, we
But we
left
were discussing
completely. We
a
uprooted
second
it completely.
ago. A second ago, we were talking about the first Intifada. Hold on,
someone
just
pointed out
waiting.
in
1987. Now you've gone to the second Intifada.
No, you're claiming we built homes there. Of course we did. It was under Israeli territory. Ours.
So, no,
That's it.
no.
We're allowed to build whatever we want there.
You are the only people in the world, aside from the Americans now, who agree with that.
Or the British. Those are the biggest
the
colonizers
British,
around the world.
The British don't agree
So
with
I
it.
didn't
The British
say
went-
international.
Hold on.
I don't care. We won it fair and square with the war in Egypt that actually could for years give them their sovereignty and
under-
liberation, which refused to do
under
so. So
international
after we
law,
built homes
you can keep
under
talking.
Israeli territory,
You can keep talking.
Intifada 1 happened, and then in Intifada 2 we uprooted everybody.
Just
correct?
waiting. What?
We left. After Intifada 2, we
So
left.
why are
We
you
uprooted
jumping? Why
everybody.
are you jumping between the two different Intifadas?
There is nowhere that you could tell me that after I took over that land under war, it became Israeli territory that it's called settlements, because for years we lived there and it was pretty fair.
Okay,
Non-violence
so
until they decided to bring their little radicals
can I
in there
just
to fight
have
among
you-
each other when Fatah and Hamas started fighting each other.
Can I just have you restate that? So you said there is nowhere.
With you, I don't care. We won it fair and square with the war in Egypt.
You said that the territory was won fair and
you
square.
said international law.
You said that
You
the
said I said
territory was won fair and
international law.
square. Okay.
No. Now rewind to the
Yeah.
part that you said. You said there's nowhere under international law. Never used
My
international law
mistake.
because I
I
don't
could
care
have.
about
I could
it.
have 100% thought you
Sorry,
said that. So
you lied.
my
You
mistake.
lied. I
Well, it
didn't
doesn't-
because I don't care what international law says.
Do you not see the problem with that? That if no one cares about international law, then people who are just stronger than others can
That's
do whatever
fine.
they want.
If they actually cared about international
what's
law,
your-
maybe Egypt would have
so
gave
what's
them their
your-
sovereignty for 19 years.
So I've got a
no?
question. I've got a question for you. What's
But
your
I
problem?
don't see you ridiculing Egypt for it.
What's your problem with the Nazis?
I don't see you ridiculing India and Pakistan
What's
for
your
it.
problem with the Nazis doing anything they wanted? If they just didn't give a shit about international law, why couldn't they do that?
Because they were putting people in gas chambers just because
You
they're
guys are
Jewish.
mass killing, torturing people. But what makes it
We're
wrong?
not torturing
The
and
thing
we're
is-
not mass
the thing
unaliving
is
anybody. We're
how we
defending ourselves
decide-
after the 7th of October, and I think we should
okay.
have went harder.
Okay, how we
To be honest with you.
we decide that those things are wrong and what is unacceptable to do to populations is through international law, okay, that you're not allowed to do things. When you are saying we don't give a shit about international law, I'm glad you're enunciating that because it's indicative of the barbarity of your country.
Amazing.
It's indicative
Again,
of your
don't care.
It's
So after Israel took over that part of the
when you just say I don't care, do you not see why the world really doesn't like Israel? Do you not see why we have a
care
problem
either.
with you?
I
Do you not
don't
see-
care if you don't like Israel either.
Well, you can keep saying I don't care either, okay? You can keep saying
I
that.
don't.
Well, that's
I
great for
don't.
you.
Wrong Israeli.
But the
I'm not the
majority,
Israeli that cries for the support of Israel.
But the
Israel
majority-
exists. It's not going anywhere.
but the
host.
majority of the world does care about this. We really
Amazing.
do care.
Amazing. We have
want to
good
see-
relationships with governments. I don't care about a British
We-
guy sitting at his home in his computer trying to get money from pro-pallies. Again,
We
don't
really,
care.
we really want things, and I think. Do you not think? Right. I just want to ask you a question. Do you not think a good basis?
Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Nora. I'm going to post this. Daniela
Do you
is
not
cooking
think-
as usual.
Do you not think that a good idea for how we live our lives should be us living under a system where there are internationally recognized standards of things that governments don't do, or else we'll descend into barbarism?
But you're not willing to recognize that I'm from that region, and you're disregarding
Well,
every historical
don't-
fact that I am.
This
So
is
again,
the
so
problem.
if you don't
this
care,
is Daniela.
I don't care.
Daniela, let's
You see
have
how
some.
it works?
Daniela, let's institute some calm here, okay? Because I think that the thing is you only.
I'm Moroccan. I'm a Moroccan Jew. We're very feisty.
Let's institute some calm here, okay? Because Daniela, do you not agree? I don't care whether you're Israeli or not. Do you not think that a good basis of humanity existing is that we try and establish some basic laws under international law that we don't do certain acts that are barbarous, things like genocide, things like ethnic cleansing, things like torture? Do you not agree that those things are wrong?
So, coming from a British that have colonized and caused so much trouble around the world, I take nothing from. That's A.
Well, take
Second of
take
all,
away
if you're
my
talking, let
Britishness.
me answer.
Take
Let
away
me
my
answer.
Britishness. Take away my
Let me
Britishness.
answer.
Do you not
Let
think
me
that
answer.
generally that's just a good
Can I
idea?
answer?
Do you not
And I
think
know
that's
that I'm
just a
not
good
going to take
idea?
anything of humanity from you when you're lacking it to my people. So let's continue with the
Okay.
discussion. I'm
Well,
telling you,
no, I
with
think
me, you don't get gotcha moments. Can we
think
continue?
I think Daniela, you should answer this question. Do you think
I
international
I
law?
refuse to answer your question. Now, can we continue
It's
with the discussion?
well, the discussion has reached this point because it's reached this point of why the world kind of hates and dislikes Israel. Okay, when you sit here and you say I don't care about international law, this is what the
Well,
Germans used
aren't
to
the
say.
Palestinians asking for reparations from you guys for
So
what you've done to them?
So I'm glad that you keep gish galloping around. I'm glad that you keep
I'm
telling
not
me.
gish galloping. I
I'm glad
really
that
want to get
Maddie,
back to the
I've almost
discussion that
called you
you're
Maddie.
losing
Daniela,
very bad.
this whole time it's been very difficult to converse with you, and I will admit that because you don't really know history. When we're discussing the Intifada, all of a
No,
sudden,
because I saw what you did to the other Jewish lady before, and I thought it was very not nice of you.
Daniela, you keep
Yes,
talking over me. But I think what
I
this has
know,
shown,
because you're very rude.
this is what it's shown, is the problem of Israel, right? You are a state that doesn't care about international law.
Okay, are you done?
Well,
So again, we understand there's a dispute on the territory, but we still know it's under Israeli control,
how is there a
correct?
dispute on the territory? Where is it disputed?
Because they're not sovereign, because we
where is
understand that
this?
they're legally under refugee status,
Where is this
correct?
disputed? Where is this disputed?
Even under international law.
So
Because they're under
international law.
refugee. Are you going to let me answer?
Okay,
Yes or no?
answer.
Thank you. So we understand that that territory is disputed, and we also understand that they're under refugee status. Therefore, we also understand when Israel conquered it, it became under Israeli territory ruling. Therefore, Israel built homes in that area. And after Intifada 1 and Intifada 2, Israel uprooted everybody from that piece of land in order to have somewhat of peace with these people. We gave them their land back completely and said, do as you please with it. Obviously, they created a whole T-hub over there, and we are where we are today.
I think when you're just saying this, I'm glad that you brought up international law there, Daniela, because you do realize International Court of Justice says that Israel must end its presence in the occupied territories.
The same one that pushed the case aside, correct?
This case is not pushed aside.
The whole ICJ case about Israel's currently not, it's unpending. So we have issues with that.
So
correct?
this is the demand by the International Court of Justice. So those are two
There
different.
is no demand.
Wait. Yes,
It's
there is.
pushed aside.
So this is an advisory opinion delivered. This is delivered. It demands
An opinion.
it demands an immediate end. Like, listen to this. This
An
unlawfulness.
opinion.
Excuse me. This unlawfulness obliges Israel to put an end to its presence in the occupied territory as soon as possible, and to make
Is it talking
reparation.
about the West Bank?
Excuse me. And to make reparation for the damage caused to all natural or legal persons concerned. The court considers the modalities for ending Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territories with the evacuation of all settlers are a matter for the UN General Assembly and Security Council, an advisory opinion distinct from South Africa and Israel. So these two aren't related.
Are you done?
This is a different
So thank you.
one.
Who wrote it?
The International Court of Justice.
Piece?
The International Court of Justice.
Who wrote this opinion piece?
So this is from the
What's his
United
name?
Nations.
Who wrote it?
What do you mean who wrote it? Are you just going to
Can
dismiss?
you please tell me?
Well, this opinion.
Yes, because I know exactly who the guy is. So can you give us his
Who
name,
is it?
please? Say his name. It's right there.
Who is it? Tell me.
So today he's the president of Lebanon.
A president of Lebanon who signed an agreement with you to do away with Hezbollah.
No. So the only reason why he signed an agreement and openly stated if anybody has a different proposal for me in order for me not to sign with Israel, he would take it. But he has nothing left and he has to take it. So you're giving me an opinion piece from today, the president of Lebanon, that for years want nothing to do with Israel and does not want to even recognize Israel, and his favoritism to the Palestinians. I am shocked.
So
what the hell?
So you think that that's just an opinion piece written by Noah Samsen?
Yes, it's somebody that is biased to the state of Israel, 100%. Yes.
Daniela, that opinion.
Do you agree that the president of the Lebanon did not want peace with Israel up until now? Yes or no?
Daniela, you do realize there's a board of, I think it's 14 judges who made that decision. It might even be 16.
Okay, so can you tell me the secretary of that
Daniela,
court,
do you think
did she not write a summary that canceled his opinion completely? Yes or no?
Who?
The secretary of the court wrote a summary that canceled his opinion completely. Can you Google that for us, please?
Who?
I don't know her name. Just Google it.
But the thing is he didn't give that opinion. That's the International Court of Justice came to that decision.
That's his summary. So, and the secretary of the court wrote a summary to cancel.
Daniela, I know it feels good when you're talking incoherent, very shoddy history, being
condescending.
I
just think you don't know anything, and I think you're very upset that an Israeli finally cooked you.
Daniela,
it's okay.
The thing is,
it happens.
Daniela, the thing though
your videos are kind of like, I don't know how they get so much views.
Daniela, the thing
is, on my For You.
Daniela, the thing is about this, okay, is that this is not just the opinion of one man. You are talking slop here.
So you agree it's an opinion?
It's an advisory opinion by the International Court
of
Justice. So it's an opinion.
So which his secretary, his secretary, canceled it.
Secretary?
The Lebanese president of today, she canceled it. It's an opinion piece. Amazing.
Who?
So do you agree there's many opinion pieces that are against your agenda?
Well, the difference between an
yes
opinion...
or no?
The difference
is there many opinion pieces that are against your agenda? Yes
Daniela,
or no?
can we agree something? What's an opinion piece?
Can you just
Daniela,
answer
what's an opinion
my question?
Piece? Wait. I need to understand.
It's somebody giving his opinion and his advising.
Okay, right.
So out of his personal idea. Correct?
So Daniela, I think that the problem is here might be that
I think the problem is you don't want to concede.
No. I think that the problem here is that you are thick as pig shit because when it comes
I think I'm very smart and I think it pisses you off.
Well, do you understand the difference between an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice that is formed by...
Do you agree with me that you have many opinion pieces in the UN that you guys use in order to claim that everybody's against the state of Israel? Yes or no?
Okay, Daniela, the thing is this
yes
is
or
different.
No?
Daniela,
I don't get it. Why can't you answer?
Daniela, this is different. This is different to an opinion piece. An opinion piece.
No, it's actually not because the ICJ court case, also known of today, trying to prove a G-side was pushed aside because you don't have sufficient evidence. So why would I take the ICJ serious anyway?
I think you
but
need
I'm rolling with
Daniela, I think you need to really... Can we reckon with something? An opinion piece, is a journalistic article that is not actually entirely journalistic. An opinion piece is something that appears in an outlet that is the opinion, normally of someone with some expertise in something.
Is it binding?
When it comes to an advisory... Is
it binding?
Daniela, please... Surely you must
Can you answer my question?
Daniela,
is it binding, yes or no?
Daniela, this whole time I've allowed you and I've given you too much.
No,
and I think
you
this
don't
is
allow
the
me because you're not willing to answer any of my questions. Is it binding, yes or no?
Daniela, this is an advisory opinion and I cannot believe...
Her name is Julia Zvutenda. If you want to Google her, she canceled it.
She is crazy, by the way, that lady. But she didn't cancel
why?
it. She didn't cancel it because she's like her beliefs are informed by some pretty crazy stuff. I don't fancy getting into that
but his
today.
Beliefs are good for you. So his beliefs, are they binding to the court?
Daniela,
are they binding? Just answer me if they're binding or not.
Daniela, please for a second, okay?
Got it. They're not binding. Okay, got it.
Daniela, Noah Samsen did not decide the advisory opinion. You do realize that.
Is it binding, yes or no?
So the advisory opinion is given by the International Court of Justice.
You're using it as if it's binding. So I'm going to ask again, is it binding?
It's advice to the international community.
It's an advice. I'm advising you, but it's not binding, correct?
Well, that's because the ICJ doesn't have the power to institute that.
Oh, thank you very much. Can we move to the next topic now?
No,
you got baked.
Because
very
I think,
sad.
Daniela...
So sad, Kusai.
Because I genuinely think that this is... like pretty crazy because they didn't like make up some new laws as someone's just pointing out. The law...
I just think you like a lot of opinions that are against the state of Israel and you're trying to use them against us. But it's cute.
Daniela, I am actually really perplexed. Do you think an opinion piece in the New York Times or maybe Haaretz, or if you don't like those, Israel Hayom, is in any way similar to an opinion of the International Court of Justice?
Yes, because it's not binding. If it was binding, his advice was binding to the court, I would say, okay, you're right, but it's not binding, meaning it's only his advice, which got canceled by somebody that you claim because you don't like her opinion that she's crazy. But it's okay. Chris, we could move on. Let's talk about something else. Want to talk about the 7th of October, maybe?
So Daniela, she does not have, one judge on the International Court of Justice does not have the ability to cancel an advisory opinion that is decided on by the other
binded
judges.
his advice to the court.
Well, the
so
thing
they're
is,
similar.
Daniela, it relies on already pre-existing international law. So in the case of South Africa, right, you know, South Africa occupied...
Again, you have to give me all these examples. Just stick to the topic, bud.
So
Stop giving me all these examples. South Africa, you got to give me the Slavs. Stick to the topic.
So South Africa occupied multiple different countries. Namibia is one example. They were a belligerent...
To give yourself as an example. You occupied everybody and their mother anyways.
So they were a belligerent... Well, yes, totally. Under international law, that's not acceptable. And I'm glad that you agree.
Yeah, and I think you should talk about yourself, though. Talk about yourself, the trouble that you created everywhere you went.
Do you think that British occupation was bad when we occupied other countries?
Yes, because you're occupiers. I'm not an occupier.
So
I'm
when
an
it comes
indigenous.
But this is the thing, Daniela. The world, the international law, international courts agree that you are occupying Palestinian land. That is like an agreed upon fact. You can try and dismiss it, but the vast majority of governments, aside from the US and a couple of others who are like US lackey puppet states, they, support what you're doing. But the amount of people that do is tiny because
who support us the most?
Because under
who supported us the most? The British and the UN.
Daniela, this is like, you just keep saying words and it's really hard to talk to someone like yourself.
Because you don't want to have a conversation, you want a monologue.
Daniela, I'm trying to have a conversation
with you. You don't want
a
dialogue.
Daniela,
you just want to give a whole UN speech.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. But the major issue with having a conversation with you and what you're trying to claim about Israel and Palestine is that you are telling me that there is a similarity between an opinion that is reached by the International Court of Justice versus some random person.
I think you're trying to hide behind the ICJ when it's not binding. It's cute, but we got you.
But
so
the
do you
thing
want to
is,
move on?
That
Drink
is
water. You need
that
it.
is
I know.
international.
You're out of breath.
That is international legal experts saying Israel's occupation is illegal. It's very obvious that under international law.
Guess who else is the Israeli court system, the IDF? You take nothing of them, correct?
What? Sorry.
The IDF, when they come up with sources, you reject them, correct? Only when it benefits you, correct?
I think the IDF has a bit of a problem with lying, I think.
Really? So you didn't have a problem when they came out saying that they unalived hostages. They weren't lying then, correct? So, now you're using the IDF, one second. Now you're using the IDF when finally, an investigation is happening and you guys are using the IDF to come and throw it into our faces, which... amazing that we do investigations. You still use them as a source, correct? Yeah. Because if you thought the IDF was a liar, you wouldn't even take the Hinra job investigation and you wouldn't take the hostage confession, correct?
Okay, so
if a group of people are liars, do you pick and choose their lies?
So one of the things about Hind Rajab, okay?
You're about to break that keyboard.
Thank you. So when it comes to the killing of Hind Rajab, you do know that the Israeli military claimed initially that there were no Israeli troops present in the area. You know that,
I
right?
agree, 100%.
So now they're talking about how they admitted firing on the
Yes, because
car?
what the IDF does after soldiers in battle in Gaza said we weren't there, they did a full investigation. Why did they do a full investigation? In order to see if the IDF conducted properly during war. Because we actually,
Daniela, the problem with this story is the Israeli military wasn't tricked by a couple of soldiers telling them, yeah, we're not there. You don't think that Israeli military equipment has tracking on. You don't think that Israel knows where its soldiers are in Gaza. So you think that
Nope.
Israel doesn't know what its soldiers are doing in Gaza?
Nope. That's why we do
when they're in
investigations. The
massive
same reason why we're doing an
wait,
investigation in the West Bank, correct?
wait. But the thing is, okay, so Daniela, the thing about this is, how do you think it is that international news organizations like the New York Times, I think the Washington Post, but definitely the NYT anyway, were able to work out within a few days that Israel was in the area where Hind Rajab was there, but Israel still tried
Because
to maintain...
eyewitnesses said Y, IDF said B, whatever. Then Israel went under investigation because we are transparent. We're amazing.
thing is
actually telling the truth. Let me finish.
Okay.
And I'm happy that the IDF actually came out with an investigation. And if IDF soldiers took responsibility into their manners and committed crimes, those soldiers will go to jail. Nobody is justifying any actions.
I have a question. What's the longest an Israeli soldier ever went to prison for killing a Palestinian?
Have no idea.
Well, surely you would know if Israel's so good at investigations. What's the longest?
Have no idea.
Do you want to know how long it is?
How long is it?
18 months.
Amazing. So let me just ask you a question.
So
Can you show me
Daniela,
any investigation? One second.
I think you're
now
quite,
I got a question.
Daniela, I think you're
now
quite,
I got a question.
Daniela, I think you're
what
quite,
investigations were done under the so-called Palestinian government in Gaza against Hamas for the crimes that they have committed against Israel and Israelis on the 7th of October?
You would agree that it's unacceptable not to investigate your own people, right?
But we are investigating.
But the thing is it took you 2 years. Your government lied about the killing of Hind Rajab.
3 years later, nobody in Gaza is getting investigated for the crimes of the 7th of October.
Your government lied about the killing of Hind Rajab, but you're also acting as if these investigations...
Not lied. They came out and then they went with an investigation.
Your claims about these investigations, first of all, you don't...
so where's the investigations against Hamas from their own people?
Daniela, so you agree that not investigating people is wrong. So
exactly. So can you condemn the Palestinians for not investigating Hamas for the crimes they committed on the 7th of October?
I think every organization in the world should investigate crimes that are perpetrated.
Okay, give me a case of investigation from the Palestinian people against the 7th of October.
Well, I've already agreed with you that it's unacceptable not to investigate crimes.
Okay, but we are investigating and we're coming out with investigations and admitting wrongdoing in certain cases. Now I want you to come out and show me where they're admitting for their wrongdoing on 7th of October. Does it exist?
Daniela, the point that I'm about to make here is, okay, first of all, Hamas is in a very different position to Israel is right now. Obviously, you would admit Palestinian society is basically been wiped out intentionally in Gaza by the state of Israel. They've carried out mass killings. Hamas has largely been focused on fighting against Israel. That's what pretty much everyone who is still actively a member. Yes, still actively a member of Hamas will be doing.
So just a question. So let's say somebody committed a crime, let's say in the UK. How long do you think it would take to investigate a crime? Does it take a year, 2 years? Could it take 2 years or 3 years, sir?
What do you mean?
To investigate a crime? So let's say somebody decided to commit murder. Could there be a case that is even prolonged to 3 years until he's found guilty or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So what's the problem? 2 years of investigation. You still got an investigation. Now bring me an investigation, please, that is done by the Palestinians against the atrocities that they have committed against the Israeli people on the 7th of October.
Daniela, my government defines Hamas
Why
as a
can't you answer my question, buddy?
Daniela, my government defines Hamas as a terrorist organization. Thus, as a result of that, the expectation of them is to not abide by the laws of war. And that's deemed unacceptable. It's why my government doesn't support them. It's why supporting them is completely illegal. Now, when it comes to Israel, this country that
you're
claiming,
going against the country that is actually doing investigations and actually coming out with the truth while you're supporting the same ones that are hiding their crimes against my people.
But the thing is when it comes to these crimes, first of all, the amount of soldiers who go to prison, it's minimal. But you didn't even know the longest an Israeli went to prison for a war crime against a Palestinian. It's 18 months.
You claim that it took us 2 years to investigate when a simple murder case takes even 3 to 4 years to be investigated. So you got debunked on that. So I'm going to ask you again because I want to stay on Hamas for a second.
Daniela, no, you are not gish galloping. You have done this the whole time.
Are they the government of the Palestinians?
Daniela, right.
Where do you get the numbers for the
Daniela, I think you need to stop just gish galloping around. Daniela, I'm trying to stay on the topic. Daniela, okay? I'm trying to stay on the topic.
I want to stay on the topic. Is Hamas the government of the Palestinian people? Yes or no?
Okay. Let's say there's a murder that happens in the UK and
Are they the government?
Daniela, let's say there's a murder happens in the UK and the police claim we don't know who did it. But then multiple news organizations come out straight away and they're like, hang on a second, this really looks like there are people in the area who have tanks. They've said we don't have tanks in that area.
No problem. Shit happens in war.
You think
people make mistakes, they come out with false information, then they do investigations and the truth comes out. Is Hamas the government of Gaza?
But the thing is you say shit happens in war. You say shit happens in war. Would that not mean that every crime perpetrated by Hamas on October the 7th is just...
Again, are they the government? Yes or no?
Would you agree that everything that happened on October the 7th
Would you answer my question? Would you answer any of my questions?
Would you agree?
This is not an interview. I know that you're excited that I'm an Israeli. This is a debate, correct?
Daniela,
so now it's my talking point.
Daniela.
So is Hamas a government? Yes or no?
Daniela. Chris. But the problem is, Daniela, you are just talking incessantly because when I've actually kind of pinned you down on things, you know that there's...
You have not pinned me down on nothing.
Daniela, you've just said...
I've answered all your questions without running away from one, and you're not willing to answer mine. No, I want you to answer mine. No. Is Hamas a government?
Yes.
Amazing. So you do take Hamas when it comes to G-side numbers, but yet they can't conduct an investigation against their own for crimes they've committed? No, they're schmearers, correct?
Well,
but you still support them. But you still support them, and you're going against the state that actually conducts investigations if a crime was committed. Got it. Thank you, Chris.
Daniela, you are just talking incessantly at this point. Fuck me. You are just talking incessantly at this point, okay? And just saying things and saying things and saying things. I think the problem I have with Israeli investigations is when have they, and I would love an answer to this, when have Israeli investigations held Israeli soldiers to account?
Many times, even when they destroyed a statue.
Can you give me an example?
Put them in jail. Yes, when they destroyed a statue in Lebanon, they put them in jail.
How long did he go to prison
they are no
for?
longer 30 days.
Okay, how long did...
Is that a responsibility? How long did a Hamas member go to jail in Gaza?
Yeah, Daniela, I have a question for you.
How long did a Hamas member go to jail in Gaza?
Daniela,
do you have an answer? How much did a T went to in the West Bank to jail?
Daniela, but
no answer?
Your basic precept of this, and I've already explained this to you, okay? The UK government designates Hamas a terror organization, okay, right? That is just something that is true. Hamas
but you just conceded that they're a government, and when you want to prove G-side, you use their numbers, correct?
What are you talking? This is really incoherent.
So when you want to prove there's a G-side going on in Gaza, you use Hamas numbers, correct?
Wait.
Chris.
You keep repeating my name, but the problem is I'm saying your name because this is...
Your government is giving them money, though, also.
How does my government give Hamas money?
You give millions to the Palestinians. Where do you think that money is going to? To the Palestinians?
The Palestinian Authority.
And who is the Palestinian Authority? What do they support? Pay for slay?
I mean, the thing is you realize your country has pay for slay.
You're baking yourself in ways that I could never imagine. This is such a blessed Shabbat. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem.
Yeah, okay.
So you're claiming on the same breath that your country considers them a T, yet you give them millions of dollars. Yeah, but yet when you want to provide evidence that they're committing a G-side, you use Hamas numbers, but you don't want Hamas to take accountability when they commit crimes. But you want to judge the only country that actually does investigations and puts people to jail.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, wait.
Colonizer.
Wait. It's so funny, by the way. Buzzwords, all of this stuff, calling people white colonizers. You are the one who is just...
No. This is not buzzwords. This is a baking session. And I came here to cook today, which I am.
I think when you're feeling...
And it's okay, Chris.
I think when you're feeling and you're saying this is a baking session, I think this is just because people are affirming that just saying loads of shit and hoping something
You said
sticks.
my name a million times, and I just gave you pure answers to every question you asked.
I don't think you did, okay?
You.
I
did all of them.
So first of all, once again, I will ask you, these investigations into Israeli soldiers, there are plenty of examples of massive amounts of murder. You're pretty old, it seems, right? You've got kids. What happened to Ariel Sharon after Sabra and Shatila?
First of all, I'm 39.
Okay, cool.
I don't know why you're calling me old. That's how you spoke to the other Jewish lady before me. That is rude.
You're still Israeli. I mean, being Israeli is worse than being old, I've got to say. But One thing I've got to say, okay.
You're British. You've colonized the world.
Yeah, I mean, being British is...
You've caused mass
Yeah.
problems for everybody. You're criticizing
Daniela,
Israelis.
I'm well aware.
Can you humble yourself?
Daniela,
Thank you. Humble yourself, Chris.
I'm well aware, Daniela. I'm well aware.
Thank you, Chris. So humble
well
yourself,
aware,
but thank you for
Daniela.
giving us Israel.
I'm well
the only
aware.
good thing you did was give us Israel.
Daniela,
thank you, Chris. We appreciate
thank you. Daniela, it's really funny. The really funny thing about like how you recognize the cognitive dissonance in your brain to be like, God, Britain were these evil colonizers who meddled all around the world, but for some reason they just got Israel right. They created messes everywhere they went. But when it came to Israel, they just got it right. That was the one time. That was the
amazing.
one time that British
Finally,
were like mad colonizers, which is really
But yet
funny.
somebody from the UK that is fighting against one Jewish state and doesn't care about the biggest Arab colonization and Islamization, which UK just became an Arab country as well. You don't talk about that, do you?
Thank you for your lovely little racist screed.
You're very welcome.
I think
racist. Why is Islam a race?
I mean, I just think like when I'm talking
is Islam
to,
a race? You're very bright. Yes, Islam is not a race; it's a religion.
Can you just calm down for a second, okay? Look, Daniela.
Yes,
right.
I'm very calm. What do you want? I'm chill.
First of all, I think the level of cognitive dissonance to recognize that Britain are repugnant colonizers who caused untold issues in the world, but to just think that they got Israel right, by the way, even though people like...
They did, because Israel actually fought against them. The Jews on that land fought against you to submission. You submitted. Thank you very much. I mean, you gave us our land back. I mean, and that was amazing. And really, the UN recognized us as well. Congratulations.
This
the
is
only good thing you guys did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your just nonsense rubbish. Obviously, Britain were repugnant colonizers.
Okay. You're very sensitive.
You do realize that the funny thing about this is the fabric of a mandate is incredibly racist and indicative of colonization. Because in what way
it's not.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In what way...
No, it's not. That's your opinion.
Okay, in what way did European Jewish people who lived in Europe have more of a right to Palestine than Palestinians who actually lived in that land? Like the British...
I'll explain again.
No, Daniela, we're going to be quiet.
Oh my God, the guy loves the voice.
Why do you think it is?
Oh my God.
Why do you think it is,
continue.
Daniela, that everywhere else in the Middle East, the British got it wrong, that they took over other countries, that they decided how their political systems would emerge, and that was racist colonization creating a mess.
I'll explain. Are you ready?
In Palestine, they just magically got it right?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Can I answer now without you saying my name 50 times, even though I have a beautiful name? And not stopping me every 10 seconds in mid-sentence? Thank you. So I don't know who the white Europeans you're talking about. I know Judeans that were pushed out and exiled out of their land to Europe, Yemen, Iraq, Morocco, Spain, etc., and etc. So the same people had the right to come back to their land, which they were pushed out of, and they pushed a fight against you guys and told you, shoo, 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 shoo. Now it's ours. Thank you very much. You recognized it.
Okay.
Congratulations. Now we have Israel.
So are people...
And I think you should come visit and eat some falafel here. Israeli falafel is amazing.
So are people who are kicked out of their land, do they have a right to go back to their homes?
If they want to.
So why won't Israel let the Palestinians go back to their homes?
They did. In 1951, they offered them to come take allegiance to the state of Israel.
Where did they offer them?
Go to the UN website. I think because you're so knowledgeable, you're going to let me answer.
No. You're not going to answer with just saying something. You're not going to say something.
I am about to, but you're cutting me off.
When did the Israelis say that?
Again, I'm telling you.
When did they say in 1948? And don't just say, go to the UN website.
My God.
Daniela, the UN website is a very broad, massive thing that broaches a huge...
Amazing. So after the mandate section, you can read what happened after 1948 to 51.
Can I have a page?
They offered... it's a long. I have to go Google it, but you could go read it. It's not that hard. 1951, they offered them to come back, take allegiance to the state of Israel, or get money for their deeds. Actually, we did the right thing. They refused. Why? Because they had this whole idea of a Nakba that never happened.
Where is this? Where is this?
The UN website. It's called 1951, giving the Palestinians or the Arabs, because there's no Palestinians there, the right to return.
To return.
Arabs.
Yeah, I've searched it. Where can I find it?
The UN website.
So the website. So this page is called what? Excuse me.
I don't remember what it's called. Just read what it says.
1951
51, they offered them.
to Arab refugees. So the Israelis in 1951, this is actually the first time I've ever heard of this, that in 1951...
Yes, we offered them the right to return or money for their deeds. They refused. The one that stayed in 1948 became Israeli citizens.
So
Are you like not with us?
So wait. I have never heard this before, Daniela. You cannot pull up a UN source for this. Can you go find this? Can you go find this for me?
You just had it, but you just had it up. What did it say? What was yours
Which page?
saying?
Which page?
What did yours say when you just put it up?
I really don't know where you're talking about.
Okay, I have it. 1 second. I have it. Relax.
Yeah, cool. So you said, and let me get this straight. She said Israel offered the Palestinians the right to return or be compensated.
Resolution of General Assembly.
So that was
if you
Israel.
Can read it from 1949. Yes,
So
from
Israel.
1949.
So wait.
They offered amount of. Do you want me to answer or no?
Yeah.
Why? Because you're stressing out. Okay. So in 1949, I don't know how to pronounce that word. They had this assembly, and an amount of Arabs, so-called Palestinians, were offered to come back to take allegiance to the state of Israel. And thank you, Light, and they refused.
Can you show this document?
Yes. Can I please have a big screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chris. You're so nice. You see, that's the UN.org.
The assembly resolved the connection with the Palestinian refugees. Okay, great. So you're admitting that the United Nations said that the Palestinians had the right to return. What you claimed is that the Israelis offered the Palestinians the right to return, but they just didn't take it up.
So under the mandate...
Wait, we're not talking about the mandate. We're not talking about the mandate. We're talking about whether Israel...
is crazy.
We're talking about whether Israel... We're talking
Did
about
we win
whether
the
Israel...
war?
Wait. We're talking about whether Israel... Thank you for bringing that up. So you're right.
That is not a gotcha moment.
I mean,
You didn't get a gotcha moment if you let me explain.
You
instead
made the
of doing
claim,
these high pitches is really weird.
You made the claim that in 1951 that Israel offered the Palestinians the right to return. That is not what the document shows. The document shows that Palestinians as refugees have a right to return.
So after the war with all these Arabs, right? They lost their status on this land. They became refugees because they were wandering
that means you didn't
around.
lose your status. That means you have a right to return to where you're from because you're a refugee.
Can I answer? Nobody is negating the fact that they were native to this land. Nobody's negating the fact that they were here. We were willing to sign the mandate to take 20% of the land and then 80. After the war happened and they've lost very badly every war that they ever started with us, we were kind enough to say, okay, come. You can become native again to this part of the land.
Where did they say that? No.
Israel.
Where did they say this? Where did they say this? That's the UN. That's the UN. That's not Israel. That's not Israel. That's the UN.
And who was in the assembly?
That's the United Nations, not Israel.
Israel was a part of the assembly.
The United Nations. That is the United Nations saying it, not Israel. Israel did not welcome them back. In fact, Israel, by the way, killed a large number of Palestinians who tried to return to their homes. Also, if we look at the work, that is not false. That is not false. I am not even going to allow you to talk that shit. Great.
False.
Okay, great.
False.
Great.
I'm going to talk it. False. Okay. And you're going to give me another opinion piece.
You're just saying things now, okay?
You're going to give me another opinion piece.
This whole time, you have just said stuff.
Nobody unalive them. Prove it. Prove we unalive them.
What's her name?
Can you stop with the high pitch though? It's very weird for a man at your age to do these high pitches.
Thank you for your
You're
utter
welcome, Chris.
fucking rubbish and slop that you've done this
It's
whole
okay.
time.
I'm trying to help you out as a man in 2026, not to have a high pitch. If you're looking to have a mate, okay? I'm here to help. I'm Jewish. That's what we do.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really, really strange that you're talking about my ability.
Prove it.
I love it when you people try and talk to me.
We outsmarted you and took our land back. So hello.
Congratulations on outsmarting a
Thank you.
bunch
I
of
appreciate
British
it. Can you show me a
colonizers.
source?
Congratulations.
Yes. Can I have a source?
Let me just find it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. It was a compliment.
Great. No. I want to get access to this paper. Hold on.
No problem. Until Allah hawal, I swear. Do you know Arabic? Have you
Nope.
learned any Arabic yet?
Nope.
No, that's a shame. You should.
Great.
You've been colonized anyways.
Being colonized by who?
Muslims.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Did you?
How
You're
have
gonna take your
Muslims?
shahada?
How have Muslims colonized us?
You're really asking.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you fix your border problem? You guys allow way too many in.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your lovely, lovely, lovely words that are so great to
Listen,
hear.
Israel is here. Nez, I'm not deflecting. I'm waiting for a source. I'm having
It's to hear
chitty
your
chat. I don't know why you guys
repugnant
are so
words.
upset. Nez, I would debate you though on the orphan chapter today that you guys are going to get baked later on because I am a new sheikh of Islam. Do you know that I'm becoming a sheikh and an imam?
Do you know
I'm
how?
going to be a part of the pink cherry Islam.
Do you know what's really funny is like you.
Yes,
talk
can I
with,
see a source?
You guys talk with. Yeah, the source is Noah Erekat, the sovereign right to kill, a critical appraisal of Israel's right to shoot to
that
kill
an
policy
opinion?
in Gaza.
Is that an opinion piece?
It's an academic. It's an academic article.
Again, rejected. Next.
Okay. What's the source you'd take?
Do you have a UN source? Do you have, and I don't even take UN sources. Do you have like, I don't know, maybe one of your ICG non-binding opinion pieces?
So why
you know,
is
one
it?
of them.
So an example, would be
Primary source. Thank you, Alpha. I like that.
what do you mean a
Thank you,
primary source? What do you mean a primary source?
I'm going. Do you want to join Pink Cherry Islam?
So, I mean, first of all, like, I don't know why you're talking.
Can you not give me an opinion piece?
I've just given you Nora Erekat. The thing is you
Yeah,
haven't backed up.
I don't want none of
The
these
thing
opinion
is
pieces. It's okay, Chris.
the
Do you want to
thing
talk
is-
about the 7th of October now?
No, I don't want to talk about the 7th of October.
Why
because-
not? Do you deny the atrocities that happened to my people? Do you deny them, the raping, the
No, but
unalivement?
you guys have done way worse atrocities to Palestinians.
So it's okay for our children to get unalive?
I mean, I think that it exists in the context of what you do to them, in the same way that Finkelstein talks about, how.
So it's okay. So it's okay for our children to get unalive?
I mean, those are crimes, and those crimes should be investigated, and people should be held to account. 100%.
But what do you mean? What do you mean investigated?
Wait,
Do you have cameras of Hamas doing the
I
atrocities?
agree with you. Those crimes should be investigated.
What about our women getting raped?
Now, the funny
What about
thing
our
is-
women getting
Now,
raped?
the funny thing is, is you realise that, your country, October 7th, you agree it's a barbarous act because people were killed, innocent people, potentially sexual
I
violence
believe
was
it's
used.
a wage of war and the most heinous
What do you
crime
think about
against
Sabra?
Israelis for years.
What do you think about Sabra and Shatila?
I have no idea. Never heard of it.
Yeah, you do.
Now let's go back to the
No,
7th of October.
No. You know what
But let's
Sabra
go
and
back to the
Shatila is.
7th.
You know
I
what
have no
Sabra and
idea.
Shatila is.
I
Okay,
have no
okay, let's
idea.
educate you. Let's educate you then. Okay.
Okay, יאללה, educate me.
So-
שיקרא לכם עוד הפעם סברה ושתילה.
So Sabra and Shatila was a massacre perpetrated of between the 16th to 18th of October, where 1,300, between 1,300, so even the minimum is more than October the 7th, and 3,500 civilians were killed. Now, this killing was carried out by phalangists, which is often the deflection that Israelis like to use. But a certain man, you must know this guy, this sack of shit Ariel Sharon, Ariel Sharon got his men to fire flares in the air so he could have it lit up as phalangists went in. Ariel Sharon also pointed out how you guys armed them. In fact, there is a 2005 film called Massacre, in which apparently the phalangists were brought over to
Now we're
Israel.
doing
Were brought
films.
over to Israel. They were
So
brought
who
over
did the
to Israel.
massacres? Who did the massacres in
So
Sablan
who did the massacres? Well, I think you
You
cannot.
tell me.
Let's just say this: if there was someone in a gas chamber, right?
Who did
No,
them?
no, 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 no.
Who
Let's
did them?
let's stop for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Who did them?
Do you think someone who's role in the gas chamber or at the concentration
So
camps?
Israel didn't do it,
Do you
correct? So it
think-
wasn't us.
Do you think?
So it wasn't us, right?
Do you think? Do you think?
So it wasn't us.
Do you
right?
think?
So let's talk about the Damor
Do you
massacre
think?
now.
Do
Can
you
we talk
think?
about that one?
Do you think at a concentration
think-
camp? At a concentration camp, okay. If someone just turned the lights on, they didn't kill anyone, that they were complicit in the mass killing of Jews.
I
were a
have no
god.
idea what you just said, but I know that you can't right now confess that Israel didn't do it, right?
Your defense minister was responsible for it. You
No,
controlled
it
the
wasn't.
area.
Who committed the crime? Who committed the crime?
Phalangists, armed and trained
were
by
they?
you. They were armed
who were they?
and trained by you.
Prove it. Prove that they were armed and trained by us.
Seth Anziska.
Who?
Seth Anziska.
Who is that?
Seth Anziska is one of the best historians going. He is a...
Bro, give
But this is the core issue.
So again, Israel didn't do it. So let's go back to the 7th of October.
Yeah,
Nice
I think
deflection, buddy.
Daniela,
So what about
Daniela, you are so thick that I am done with this. I have wasted more than enough of my time with you.
Are you running? Are you running?
You are thick as pig shit.
Are you running?
Am I running? Daniela,
Yes, are you running?
At a certain point,
Let's talk.
Daniela, at a certain point, Daniela, at a certain point,
Massacre. Because
Daniela.
Israel didn't do Sabra and Shatila.
Daniela.
So let's talk about what the Palestinians
Daniela,
did. The Moor
Daniela,
massacre.
Daniela,
7th of October.
Daniela,
Unaliving
Daniela,
the Jordanian.
Daniela, this is
Oof.
Daniela. This is enough out of you. This is just never ending. You deny every source. You didn't bring a single source. In fact, the only source you brought said the exact opposite of what you claimed. I'm going to go pee and then I'll decide whether I do one more. And if you don't want me to on YouTube, just say yes, but I'm going to go pee. Oh. Hold on, I have to go pee. as an advisory opinion. I know I'm muted. I apologize. I guess I could do one more. Okay. But I'm not doing... Daniela, that's your last chance to ever coming up. Okay, but I'm not doing this for ages.
Hello. How
Hello,
are you?
what's up?
Daniela. W. You did amazing. Amazing.
Okay.
Dear. Yes. Host, I just want to tell you something. When you are researching something, sorry for my English. My English is not my first language.
Okay.
I trust you that you will understand me. Anyhow, when you're doing research on things, you're not relying on Muslim, Palestinian, whatever one person opinion. You're going.
Can you turn off whatever the hell is in the background? Can you turn off whatever the hell is in the background, please?
Yes. I will. You're right. So you're going to primary sources. Just a minute. Let me fix something. Now we'll have a little bit more quiet. All your sources that you brought up are actually opinions and so-called propaganda pieces and reverse history pieces. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I mean, in what way do you think...
Oh, okay.
Can I ask just a question? In what way do you think that the International Court of Justice is just like reverse history, just propaganda? Like,
Okay, I will tell you. Let's start to talk about recent history. Let's not go 3,000 years ago.
well, can we just discuss for a second what you consider to be a good source on understanding Israel and Palestine?
A primary source. It needs to be
Okay,
either a
so
book that was
accessing-
written at that time. I'm
Okay.
answering.
Wait.
I'm literally in the middle of answering you.
I have a question. I have a question about primary sources. Then.
Yes.
Do you agree
Yes.
that Israel?
Newspapers,
Do you
yes.
do you agree that Israel? A newspaper is not really a primary source. Do you agree that Israel mass expelled Palestinians in 1948?
No.
You don't agree.
No.
If there
No.
existed a primary source, okay, would you agree with it?
I don't know why I cannot
Okay.
see you. My screen is
So
black.
do you know?
Can I drop and come back? Just a minute. I cannot see the screen. My screen is black. Can I drop and if you can bring me up again?
Okay, fine.
Somehow the screen is black. Thank you.
La Boubou. Okay. Okay.
Okay, now I can see.
So do you know who
Perfect.
the new Israeli historians are?
New historians?
Yeah, do you know who the new Israeli historians are?
Let me give you a little bit.
No,
Linus.
Linus. No. I'm not having a conversation. I'm not having a conversation dictated.
Hey, sir.
Yeah, I'm not having a conversation.
One of them.
I'm not having a conversation dictated in this way again. You are either going to listen.
I am a student of one of them.
You said.
I'm a student of one of them.
Which one?
Professor Ilan Pape. Do you know who is Ilan Pape? I'm
Yes.
a student of Professor Ilan Pape from Haifa University.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
So Ilan is one of many. Do you know what the new historians did?
Yes, I know. The new historian literally, and I can quote it for you, are saying facts are not matter. There is no need in facts. We are writing a narrative, and we are here to convince as many people as we can that our narrative is the correct one.
Okay.
We are not. Just a minute. He's finishing his quote with, "We are not truth seekers." So what Professor Ilan Pape
So wait. We need to talk. We need to talk for a second. We need to talk for a second.
There is a reason. There is a reason they called neo-historians.
But you know,
because those neo-historians
No,
are not basing their narrative upon facts. They are manipulating facts. You want me to read you?
Lioness,
Just a minute. I just want to read the exact.
Lioness, come on, you people
No,
can't
Lioness,
you cannot
brought up the neo-historians. It's perfect.
Lioness,
I want to go with you on that line.
I'm not dealing with this. I will either remove you or you will be quiet. That is your two options here. You have read the quote that you wanted to read. I have given you the space to read it. I know the exact quote that you're talking about, okay? That is enough out of you.
The exact quote. So this is the basic.
I'm telling you now, you can read this quote and then you're quiet, okay? That's it. You're quiet after this quote. That's it. You can read it and then you're quiet.
Don't be afraid.
Do you
It's only
agree?
the truth.
Do you agree that you're quiet after the quote?
Yes.
Okay, great. Read it.
So this is the base to the argument he's going to bring neo-historians. So just let me tell you what the neo-historians are. Ilan Pape, 1999, from Le Jour newspaper. Indeed, the struggle is about ideology,
Yes.
not about facts. Who knows what facts are? We try to convince as many people as we can that our interpretation of the facts is the correct one.
Yes.
And we do it because of ideology reasons, not because we are truth seekers. So anything that you are going to bring me out of any neo-historians, I will judge by that.
Do you know what the other advent? You said, wait. The reason I brought up the new historians is really important, right? Do you know what the other thing that the new historians did?
Yes, faking history.
No. So one of the special things about the new historians that is a material fact, okay, is they got access to the first time to the Hebrew archives. They actually
That's
had...
false.
No.
The Hebrew archive was open to all historians.
No, it wasn't.
Not only to the neo-historians one.
When did the...
When the archive is open for everyone, even for you. You can go, I've been there. You can go and make your research by the facts.
Okay,
What the neo-historian
fantastic.
did
No,
is exactly what I told you.
Lioness, I let you speak for ages. Okay, so this is from the Israeli website, okay? Have a read of this. Material deposited in the archives by one of the bodies mentioned in clauses 1 and 2 and whose recording and arrangement are completed will be open for browsing no later than 30 years from the end of the Gregorian calendar. Okay, so the new historians, right? They're not just Ilan Pape, by the way. The new historians got access to the Zionist archives for the first time. What they found in the archives...
All historians had that access. All historians had that access.
Daniel, look. Lioness, this is a material fact about the new historians, okay? This is something that is either true or it is not. These people were the first people to access the archives.
No.
Okay,
it was open. No one gave them.
When were they declassified?
The permit to be the first one.
When were the archives declassified? When were the archives declassified?
Israel, I will tell you. In Israel, there are archives. Okay, some of the things are open source. Some of the things are locked for 30 years. Some of the things are locked for 50 years. When they are open for everyone.
Yes.
They didn't find anything new. By the way, just a minute. They didn't find anything new. Now, I want to go back to the Nakba.
No. Materially, I will either remove you, because, by the way, guys, this is the problem with trying to debate an Israeli, and this is why I should have just said no to this idiot who came before. These are material facts about Israel and Palestine, okay? Anyone who is serious about Israel and Palestine... Lioness, if you keep unmuting yourself, I don't know what to say to you, because they did have access to primary documents. By the way, I can actually get access right now. Would you like to see a primary document? Would you like to see a primary document? Would you like to see a primary document? No. Would you like to see a primary? Would you like to see a primary document? Would you like to see a primary document?
And yet, Ilan Pape said...
Okay, Lioness, would you like to see a primary document?
To talk about historian...
Do you want to see a primary document right now? Lioness, do you want to see a primary document right now? Do you want to see a primary document? Because I can show you.
I do want.
Yes, okay, fantastic. Right, let's see.
Where is it from?
Okay, this is from the intelligence service.
Mm-hmm. What is it talking about? Because it's too small for me.
It says okay, I can make it bigger, I guess. It says the migration of Eretz Yisrael Arabs between December 1st, 1947 and June 1st, 1948. Okay? Mm-hmm. So this was made public. It was kept public because Israel tried to make it... They tried to hide it, okay?
I see I don't think
let's just...
Okay.
Let's just... Wait. Let's read this. This is from JSTOR. This is from Seth Antiska. This is categorically the document.
From where?
This is categorically the document. This is from the intelligence service. No. This is the document.
No, I just want to know.
There are no ambiguities about this.
Read it.
Okay.
Yes, it's read
In
it.
reviewing the factors that affected migration, we list the factors that had a definitive effect on population migration. Other factors, localized and smaller, are listed in the special reviews of movement in each area. The factors in order of importance are direct Jewish hostile actions against Arab communities, impact of our hostile actions against communities neighbouring where migrants lived, here particularly the fall of large neighbouring communities, actions taken by dissidents, Irgun Lehi, orders and directives issued by Arabs, institutions and gangs, Jewish whispering operations intended to drive Arabs to flee, evacuation ultimatums, fear of Jewish retaliation upon a major attack on Jews, the appearance of gangs and foreign fighters near the villages.
Upon of what?
Fear
Upon
of an
what?
Arab invasion and its consequences, mostly near the borders. Arab villages isolated.
It's like the Arabs opened the war against the Jewish people, and the Jewish people fought back.
Lioness, I know
Shocking.
Lioness, I know your English isn't so good, okay? But did you notice what it said?
No, it's perfect. I understand it perfectly. Yes.
Did you notice what it said?
Upon attacks Jewish people?
So that's great. That is mentioned 100%. But let me read you something.
It's mentioned. Really?
Yeah.
Tell me, what happened in 1947
So
in Jerusalem?
let's be quiet for a second.
Can you please?
No.
I don't want to be quiet. I'm asking you a
No.
question, very knowledgeable one.
So here
what
is
happened?
No.
What
Lioness,
happened?
Lioness,
47. What happened 47 in Jerusalem? For example.
Lioness, you are going to be quiet.
Lioness, Daniela.
Lioness,
Listen.
I'm just removing you because I'm sick of this dumbass shit. Let's actually look at, you said you wanted a primary source, okay? Without a doubt, the author of the report writes, hostilities were the main factor in the population movement. Each and every district underwent a wave of migration as our actions in that area expanded and intensified. In accounting for the number of Palestinians driven out by Jewish military action, the report states some 70% of the residents left their communities and migrated as a result of these actions. There you go. This document confirms what you said, that you only relied on primary sources. That is a primary source. By the way, the new historians, this is literally what I learned at university, and this is the problem with trying to talk to people like you, okay? So, the new historians, this literally says it on their Wikipedia. You can find this in many other places. Okay, here we go. When writing The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, I had no access to the IDF archive and precious little to first-hand accounts. But, archival. Here you go. Morris states the primary reason for their emergence was the opening of the classified Israeli state documents in the late 1970s and 1980s under Israel's 30-year archival rule. Schleim and Pape additionally cite the shift in the political climate. So the main driving factor in what they were able to do was because they got access to the archives. That is why I decided to mute you. I am not running from you people. It is just this incessant desire to talk and talk over me, to pretend you only care about primary sources. I gave you a JSTOR article that is literally the primary source. You can also find it in Haaretz. Those are primary sources that affirm what has happened. But you guys will just sit there and go, we don't trust anything. You can sit there and cover your eyes, or you can accept reality. But you will always choose to cover your eyes because you're an idiot. You have both spent your time coming up here and just talking incessantly about shit. You talk about international law. It doesn't matter for you guys. You talk about then all of a sudden primary sources. Then primary sources don't matter. You say we can't trust the new historians because Ilan Pape spoke about ideology and history. And it's just like, what is there to say? Like, you guys don't have the history, the backing to your claims. You just are saying nonsense. Just utter depraved nonsense. Lioness, the problem with when you say, bring me up, bring me up, bring me up. If your response to material facts about Israel and Palestine first is, no, I don't trust them. If your response to an Arab author is, no, I don't trust them. If your response to a Jewish author who you don't agree with, and you go, no, I don't like them, that is not good enough. That is not serious. That is not how you debate. If your response is to say, give me a primary source, I give you a primary source, and you go, no, and you don't let me read out what the primary source is saying, I can't talk with you. I can't talk with you because this is not coherent. The document says exactly what I'm saying. It proves that your narrative around history, that is apparently so much more correct than my own, is farcical because there is no way to prove to you. And if there is no way to prove to you, then what is the point of discussing with you? The first person's impossible to debate with because it's just gish galloping around trying to talk to me about the first intifada, then the second intifada, then whether Israel left Gaza or not. What is this? Like, I give you a primary source. Like, I don't know what to say. And you're still talking to the walls. It's a Saturday. I'm allowed to. But yeah, I don't know what I could provide to you. Like, one of you thinks that an advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice is the same thing as an opinion piece. Like, are you aware of what an opinion piece is? Like, do you understand? I should just ask, what would convince you? I'll try one more, and that's it. And then we're done. I'll be done. Hello? Oh, you're just this guy? Oh, no, you're here. What's up? You just muted yourself. Brilliant. Great. I don't even know. I don't even know. Saying no when they ask for a source and just ask them to prove otherwise. Yeah, I know. This is the problem. How am I meant to discuss with something? You just went silent. I would have let you up. I should. Chris, would it be possible to debate a DSA Zoran Platner canvasser / supporter? Because what is the difference between them and official DSA position? Maybe I should talk to someone like that. Maybe that would be interesting. But then again, I'm not enough of an expert in American electoral politics, so perhaps not my area of expertise. Well, Daniela, I laid out a very clear ultimatum for you. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate you. I know not everyone loves this. Don't worry. I'm going to make it less of a regular occurrence. That is completely fine. Okay, you can have one more chance. If you just mute yourself... Oh. Hello? What is this bit? You just mute yourself. What is this bit? Hello? What is your bit here? Fantastic. No, he has tons of accounts and just does this. I don't know why. You look good today, Chris. Thank you.
La Boo-Boo.
What was that, La Boo-Boo? I got a lot of things to respond to in a second, so thank you for everyone who donated. I'll respond to it in a second. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's probably it. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this here because I know people don't love debating. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. If you want to keep watching me, just go watch me on Twitch or YouTube. But that's it. Have a nice rest of the day. Just search my name, Chris Kunzler, or just go on Twitch and search Chris K Live. I'm gonna go pee, so I'll be back in a second, and then we'll be back into news. Okay, right. Hold on, I got some fiddling to do. And then I'll answer all the donations. I'm sorry. I know I just peed a second ago, but I've drunk 2 liters of water, so give me a second. There we go. Right. I'll be back in 1 second. Right. Okay. Okay. I am back. I have returned. Right. Move the chair closer to the bathroom. I'll try. Okay, right, I have a ton of stuff to respond to. An absolute fucking ton of stuff. Jesus Christ. Also, I cannot drink that much coffee before doing that. Fuck me, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Okay. Thomas, thank you so much for your donations. I don't know whether to read them all out. Herodotus predates Hadrian. That's true. The Israelites declared war on the Philistines. Thank you. The genetics of Levantines tie them to the area. True. There's people with Hebrew DNA within Levantines. That would make him an expert on colonization. No. That's true. Palestinian Jews rejected Israeli settlements. History is a continuum. Thank you so much for those donations. Sorry, it's difficult to respond to them at time. This lady is Crayley. Holy, she's bought and paid for. These people aren't paid for. These people just do it for the love of the game. Palestinians accept European refugees into their homes. I mean, to some extent, yes. And a lot of the thing was like we'd live alongside them. Mizrahi and Ethiopians are discriminated against. True. Jordan/Egypt/Ottomans let them live there. Yes, true. Isn't the headache excuse used in anti-Semitism? Jerusalem was Jordanian, not Egyptian. I mean, these people would just be anti-Semites. Don't worry, I'm not doing more debates. Don't care about international law equals don't care about non-nuclear proliferation treaty. Iran can have a bomb. A preach, Harry, and thank you for the $5. What's the Hannibal Doctrine? Don't know, made up, I swear. Thanks for the 2,200 pesos, Thomas. Thank you for the 10 euros, DG, and the thumbs up emoji. Thank you so much. There were 2 judicial procedures in a ceasefire. What do you mean by that? Thank you. DG, thank you. Oh, you mean as in that's all Israel's doing? I know. DG, thank you for becoming a member. Israel's Netflix and chill is Netanyahu. Thank you so much, Arten Benjamin, for the €5. And thank you, Chris. We appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Boodly Bugs, big fan, and as always, I love your name. Shitting on Navarra now. Yeah, I know. It was fantastic. God, just no more caffeine. No more that amount of caffeine. But I had an energy drink as well as 3 coffees, and I was bouncing off the walls. It was crazy. Yeah. Was Bose a good person of history despite taking help from Hitler? As in the lady who made Bose headphones? Yeah, I just was drinking caffeine. I was bouncing. It certainly adds an element of excitement. But I guess the problem is with these people, and I need to handle it more like it with Maddie, which is where, you take it by the scruff of its neck, because otherwise it just ends up taking a while to get to the point of even having a basic conversation, which is what had happened with what happened with, that lady. 3.5 G's of energy drink per each, 3.5 G's of caffeine. Okay, all right. We do have some more interesting news to get into. Stuff that is actually exciting and interesting. My favorite one is this Trump trying to be with Trump's new sort of girlfriend, who I'm sure many of you are aware of, which is this Natalie Harp woman. I know this story's a little old, but I haven't been live. Or I didn't go live yesterday. So if you aren't aware...
We can't talk...
This is the lady referred to as the human printer by Donald Trump. Okay? Noah Samsen just uploaded a new video. Did he? What's his video about? Noah Samsen. Deranged Israeli YouTuber responded to me. God, that woman is deranged. That woman, Mia Talias, is horrifically deranged. Yeah, this is the human printer. She is like Rudolf Hess, it kind of feels like, she has like a slavish devotion to Donald Trump, and this one is the craziest example I've ever seen. Really is just the craziest example of this I've ever seen. So she wrote this back in 2023 to Trump. Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was pulled over and sent back to the airport since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport. I panicked and should have just called the Secret Service instead of you. I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by, I forget who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same to spare the course any more carts. If there is anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I know that some people have said I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too, so asked me to help him out. Allegedly, this woman, by the way, is how you access Donald Trump. Apparently, the only way you can talk to Donald Trump is through this lady. That you have to, to get to Trump, you have to talk to her. Read this. This is just fucking insane. What did Drainiero... I don't know what people are arguing about. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days, and even forgetting to sleep, and only catching a couple of hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me, not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. That is the fear you see, because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me. I don't ever want to let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. That's what I wanted to use this card for. When you saw me at the cash register and once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I think this woman is in her 30s, by the way. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now as the cars are leaving. See you soon. With all my heart, Natalie. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, there is another letter, but we're gonna watch a video of her. First of all, you can see this is her job for Trump.
Welcome to the burger.
Oh my god. Anna Banan, Golden Labubu, thank you so much for the 12 months of support. God gives his strongest soldiers the most patience. The debates are crazy. I know, it's always days like where you talk to someone like Daniela and you're just like, God, if I don't take a hold of this, and sometimes I don't realize it because you're actually trying to address their facts, but it's just thing after thing after thing after thing, and it's like, how can I even address this, okay? But yeah, like, I thank you so much for the 12 months. Why didn't she do something about the things of which she complains? Yeah, this lady is like slavishly devoted to Trump. It's actually genuinely quite Hitler-esque in terms of the Rudolf Hess connection of just some guy who was like absolutely obsessed with Hitler and was given a position because of that. I didn't remember this, that Hess flew to the UK as well on a one-man peace mission within the mold of Hess in the sense of he's pretty unstable, but you know, this lady seems to be much more in the mold of just devotion to Donald Trump, like an absolute sycophant and adorer of him. Also, by the way, she must be the ones deciding the capitalization, someone pointed. So funny that so many people were genuinely convinced by this utter nonsense, that they actually believed this kind of stuff about Trump making things better. Didn't the debt just hit 40 trillion? I wish I could watch the whole thing, but yeah, I kind of wanted that as a primer of who she is. That's not actually why she's called the human printer. She used to bring around a printer and print things out for him, but her brother is talking about him. She basically was like, Trump helped me with bone cancer or something. It's just...
The brother of top...
She's inserting herself so she can write a book, a movie when she's dead. I don't think it's just that. I think she really is obsessed with him. Like, really, really obsessed. Bye, Boodley, and again, thank you for supporting the channel, my goat, and thank you for just being here.
Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking
That was filmed ages ago. I'm Abundant Apples. I'm about to watch this.
out front tonight. Preston Harp has been estranged from his sister for a few years, but obviously you can see they grew up together. He's sharing these photos with out front of them together as children, weighing in on the intense attention that Natalie is now getting after Democratic Senator John Ossoff raised questions about her role in this White House. Preston, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I know you've shared some photos with us of you and your sister Natalie as children. Obviously, there you are, Padres fans. There you are with your parents. And now your sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
No, it really blows my mind.
I mean, you know, your sister, my understanding is, first became known to Trump back in 2019. And at the time, she credited him, Preston, with helping her beat a tragic battle, but one that she incredibly beat with bone cancer. Here's what she said.
This president pushed that forward and possibly saved your life.
He did. As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer. I'm living the quality of life that I always wanted to have, that it took me 4 years to find because I wasn't offered it here. It took President Trump going to Washington to be able to get that for me.
And after that, Preston, she had speaking slots at the Faith and Freedom Conference, at the 2020 RNC, right? She became very high profile and then started working for Trump. How much do you think she truly believed that Trump saved her life?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if she thinks about it, what he did was he made experimental drugs legal to try, and that insurance would pay for it. So it's not like he like physically saved her life, you know? It's kind of different. Like, it's like Donald Trump didn't pay his own money to save my sister's life. So it really just depends how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and look, I guess it's just one example of everyone trying to understand, who this person is who spends so much time and, is with the president all the time, right? He's the commander in chief and she has such an important role. So there was a series called The Art of the Surge just a couple of years ago, Preston, 2024. And in it, your sister talks extensively about working for Trump. I just wanted to play a clip of it for you. Here she is.
Politics was never something I liked. Business was my background, real estate, MBA.
God, this lady is so strange. I'm just going to move on from this back to her brother because it seems to have music on.
So she says there, he was her first exposure to politics, right? You guys grew up in the same home, the same family, so you understand where she's coming.
I can't tell if this guy's a stoner, but Bud of California. What is Bud of California? What is Bud of California? Bud of California, a historical agricultural brand, emblem of a farm worker. Okay, so it's just a farm worker thing. It's not like some specific stoner thing. I thought it was a stoner thing. It is truly incredible to watch this, though. Just this level of devotion and how different her brother is.
From in a way that no one else does.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think drew her to him?
Not her.
Yeah.
By the way, at first I thought that there was this kind of thing of... There is this kind of thing of, her seemingly having some bizarre relationship with Trump. She might not be banging him. She may well not be banging him. I wonder if Trump is interested in even banging people at this point in his life. He is so unhealthy. Do you honestly think that he can really do that very easily? But yeah, like this guy, I mean, she may well just be a sycophant who makes him feel fucking good about himself. That may be all this boils down to.
Well, my mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things.
Her brother's woke as all hell.
That the United States is the boss of the world.
La boo-boo.
That, slavery was back then, that was normal. People...
Yeah, actually, thank you for I think it was €2. I'll just double check. Angel shot, $2, sorry, excuse me. Thank you for the $2. Her resemblance to Ivanka Trump is pretty uncanny. I mean, you are correct about that. That's Ivanka Trump, and obviously we've just seen this lady over and over again, Natalie Harp. She does look a lot like Trump's daughter.
Weren't bad because they had slaves. And honestly, and it's like Trump wants to take all those books out of schools. He wants to rewrite history. And so, I think that my sister, unfortunately, didn't break out of that delusion that my mom raised us with. And Trump is like...
What's the bad take I'm allowed? Her potentially not banging Trump? I don't know. Trump is definitely a perv, and there have been allegations before, but just at this point in his life.
Everything that my mom taught us to respect. So I think that's where her infatuation for Trump comes from, honestly. Because I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real,
Let's get real.
Personally, I don't think so.
So when you use the word infatuation, I understand your point about the nature of it.
To amaze me how Zios think their debating is in any way convincing. Yeah, I realise the only problem is when I do debates like that, I just need to take it by the scruff of its neck, in the sense of I've spoken to Maddie before. When you let them dictate the conversation, I need to lay parameters, and you actually gave me a good example of that. But as I've said, I think that debates are negative on Twitch. They're okay on YouTube. Obviously, I've explained this before. It is literally just to, I'm a small creator. I love doing this and I want to continue doing it. And debate is unfortunately a thing that people enjoy and watch. And I don't earn ridiculous amounts, but on TikTok, it's good to keep my account going. But my plan was to do it every other day. I don't think 2 days per week I'm going to be doing that anymore. I think probably I'm going to reduce that a bit. But, because when you talk to someone like that, it is just outrageous. Maybe a once a week thing.
I mean, she obviously...
But yeah.
Is his assistant. She, they call her the human printer, right? She prints everything. She takes his social media dictation. She accompanies him on almost every trip, including when he goes to Mar-a-Lago.
But the problem is it's not just being sucked into their framing. It's just when you're having a conversation with someone and you're trying to address their constant stream of just shit Like the stream of just like when we talked about the first intifada, okay, that was, I think, like the real turning point of trying to talk about the first and second intifada, okay. The lady was just confusing the two of them. She was asking me how many people participated. It was popular. Majority of Palestinians participated. Wouldn't surprise me if it's over 1 million. But exact statistics of that is pretty difficult to find. But, you know, most writers of it, Jewish, Palestinian or whatever, will talk about it. But yeah, I can just see why people don't like it. And I'll do things that people like, so we'll reduce it a little bit to still give people it. But yeah.
Or his golf club in New Jersey on the weekends. And she was, of course, Preston, as we're all now aware, one of the very few people who did not include the Secretary of State or Treasury that Trump took off Air Force One via that catering truck. Yeah.
No. And I'm sorry, we're detracting from what I kind of wanted to talk about, but not a diss on your handling of it, brother. No, I know. It's just, it's so fucking, I understand. It's just hard. And part of the reason I like doing it is so that that doesn't happen. But it's like, you know, you kind of need time. And really, it didn't help. Like, honestly, my hands are probably shaking right now still. Well, they always shake, so that's not a fair thing. But man, I am caffeinated to all hell. You probably can see it, but just like shaking hands.
Yeah, I mean, like that. If you're really friends and loyal to your team, why would you just go peace out and take another airplane when you think the other airplane's going to get shot down? Like,
hey, Mr. Marcus Ryan. Yank politics are incredibly parasocial. Look at them creaming because Zoran sat at a desk, or leftists having cardboard cutouts of Zionist Sanders. You know what? I thank you for the €5, but I'm going to disagree with you here. All you need to look at is how people react to fucking Andy Burnham, or to look at the Labour sycophants. It's just that we're a smaller country and you don't see them as much. But trust me, that shit is here.
What do you think it is about her? I mean, what do you make of how much the president relies on her? We've learned a lot, from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's new book, we've learned, right, about his incredible reliance on her at all hours of the day to post social media posts, just as one example.
Yeah. I think that Trump's best friends are people who are his fan club. You know,
I can't remember the brand of my headphones, but about every streamer has them. So I'm sorry, I've forgotten what they are, but I do. Yeah.
Like, and so she's his biggest fan, and so that's probably why he likes her. And like, she's good looking. She's got a good personality.
Yeah. Also, by the way, you mentioned this in the chat. Trump saved Harp and not Rubio. That's probably indicative of this kind of thing, of how they knew that the threat wasn't credible. Because isn't post 9/11 there meant to be this whole contingency plan that should the president ever die, that they must have a Secretary of State to replace them? Wasn't Cheney like hiding at points under fear that it might happen? And this guy was apparently left on a plane that was going to be struck. Every time you cornered her. Yeah, I know.
Like, I don't know.
I want to ask you, Preston, on something
she thinks that he saved her life. So, like,
yes.
Bayer Dynamics, thank you for saying it. Yeah, they're good ones, though.
Somebody living with that kind of gratitude, that must feel pretty good.
I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you knew about this. You probably didn't. But we're just breaking it here at CNN this hour. And that is, two sources, Preston, are telling CNN that your sister was involved, back in October 2023, right? The context here is Donald Trump's motorcade was going to leave Trump Tower for a court appearance, And they were all getting into the motorcade. Oh, yeah. There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car, and it turned out...
It must be a pretty sad feeling, though, talking about your sister like this, where the whole world is like, God, your sister has just gone wild, and it's pretty true.
That there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted, she said no. Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources, the end result is that your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles.
Also, by the way, some of you asked what is happening in the world whilst everyone's focused on this lady. Big X, that plug, has been arrested on drug and gun charges. This is what they don't want us to know about. Big X, the plug, has been arrested. I know the point you were making, but I just thought it was a funny example popping up. I think it is. It must be very, very, very sad just to have to deal with this because, you know, when a sibling or someone is behaving like this, someone said, well, you know, she's just behaving in her own interest. I don't think someone who's writing letters about like how you just wanted to please this sort of weird old man, I don't think that's normal. Like these letters, by the way, the other one is insane too.
Go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
God, this guy is chill. Whoever said they wanted to smoke up something loud would be fantastic. Oh, fuck. I really wish I could watch this clip. Someone has posted that clip of Always Sunny where, if any of you have seen Always Sunny, you'll know this. You know, who's that baseball player that Mac fucking loves? And he's written that thing. Chase Utley, I think it is. He's written this thing about how he wants to, like, play catch with him, how he's going to be like his dad. Someone was like, Natalie Harp is reading this just like, Mac does in Always Sunny.
I mean, what is your reaction to that?
That's
I mean,
crazy.
you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? I mean, you know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. That's like an unhealthy obsession with someone. If you're going to jump into the trunk of their car, like.
So I mentioned Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's book Regime Change, Preston, which of course I know you've heard a lot about it, but you know, in that, Natalie's name became known to a lot of people, right? Prior to the whole NATO plane incident, she was in the book as an important player, and her role, her importance to the president became clear. They report that she left him, the president, a series of letters in personal spaces where she told him, "You're all that matters to me," in one, and another one she writes, "I want to bring you joy." And then they say that.
No, what's his name? You said his Insta's base. What is his Insta?
That Trump said, "Your sister is the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids." So what is your reaction to this? Does this sound like her, or the person that you knew well, your sister?
Yeah. I mean, basically.
I mean, it's pretty indicative that he's probably going to be based. He has something behind him saying, "Stop the arms shipments, stop the war."
I'd say since she was like 16, she's had an obsession with
Yeah, you can. You're not supposed to be able to link it, but the bot's dead right now, which I need to fix, but you can link it.
Gosh, how do I explain this? She's written letters to other presidents. Let me put it that way. And so like her dream came true finally.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that she actually was very aware of politics, right? And that she had written other presidents.
Oh my God. Apparently this guy's like this guy's like sort of obsessed with revolutionary politics in like Nicaragua and stuff. He's also, his name's Spirit Wagon. He's reposting Miss Rachel. Okay, this guy does seem pretty based.
Who changed the most, but really
He seems like a pretty cool guy.
Other presidents' letters. Do you happen to know which ones or what they were about or anything, Preston, that you would be able to share here?
I didn't see the letter, but George Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
And did anything ever come of that? I mean, did the White House ever respond or anything, or she just sort of sent a letter?
No, they never responded.
Yeah. Now, look, I've been emphasizing here, obviously, you know her in a way that no one else does as her brother, but you are obviously estranged from her at this time. But, we see those pictures of you all as children and your family. If she was listening to you right now, is there anything you'd want to tell her?
Yeah, I love you. I hope that you change and that you wake up and you realize that everybody on this earth is part of a human family, and no country is better than any other country. And the history of the United States is unfortunately really sad, and it shouldn't be rewritten. We got to all come together and try to make it better.
Well, I really appreciate
Okay, I like this guy.
your time and taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, you know, your sister is in
You're
a
welcome.
position of incredible influence and power, and that's important to all Americans. So
How can two siblings be so different? There are... Bro, have you ever heard of Jeremy Corbyn? Go Google Jeremy Corbyn. In fact, I'll just show you. Jeremy Corbyn's brother, at a pro-Palestine rally, was handing out leaflets saying that children in Gaza being vaccinated for polio was some kind of conspiracy theory that was done by Israel to, like, harm Palestinians in Gaza, even though it was done by the UN, right? And they needed it because of what Israel had done. His brother is crazy. His brother is like, there's a video of his brother where he goes into Marks and Spencer's and tries to pay in cash, and he's like, I will buy these strawberries for £1.40. You cannot arrest me. Yeah.
Because if we...
Liquid and Solid. Yeah, go and look them up. The Corbyns are... By the way, I've never felt like this on a stream. Wow, I should not have had so much caffeine. I am feeling crazy right now, which is incredible. Corbyn's brother is too woke. No, his brother is not too woke. His brother is like, I don't know. Piers Corbyn is more like... Actually, you know what? Piers Corbyn is kind of the thing of like, you know... Piers Corbyn is like a specific kind of person in the UK who is probably quite intelligent, but just chooses to go down this rabbit hole and believes some... Yeah. He doesn't believe in climate change either, so he's not that woke. Okay, right. This is Natalie Harp's second letter. Dear Mr. President, now this is the note I wanted to write, but the apology needed to come first. I have learned so much about myself on this trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time in I don't know how long, you forced me to unplug. We could be out on the course with no machines and even forgot what time it was. I didn't have to be human printer. By the way, is this woman dumb? I didn't have to be human printer, or the human printer, one would assume. We could be out on the course with no machines. Is that a capitalization? The course? It's not really a proper noun. That's not a proper noun, is it? The course, unless it's a specific one. Anyway, I could take time to enjoy good conversation and still get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact, I even had time to take long morning and evening walks to enjoy each sunrise and sunset, though I did forget to eat and sleep. With so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at times that I know you picked up on, but the end result, I believe, will be worth it. I had no idea how rapidly I was approaching burnout and starting to envy those whose only job seems to be to talk with you and look pretty. I want that job. So many times I'm just trying to stay afloat with all that's coming in for you. I look like a hunchback who didn't have time to freshen up. At least you know what I should look like. Plus, I miss the days when you used to call during talk show days, and we'd talk about everything and nothing. I want to get back to that synergy. We shouldn't have to talk and work all the time. I've always felt like an in-betweener, somewhere between staff and those you enjoy talking to on the plane or at dinner, because that's who I used to be to you when I was a talk show host, as much as I hated that actual job. I wish I could hear every conversation, because that's when you're having a good time, getting away from it all, at least for a few months. By the way, do you guys see... I feel like Natalie Harp might seem like an inconsequential story, but do you see how this guy has ended up launching what is the dumbest war in history that he knew would go, that this would go so horrifically? It's pretty obvious. But after going through all this self-analysis, nice, she's doing self-criticism. You think her brother's just a Marxist? I don't know, mate. I think there's acting and then there's derangement. They're like, if she's acting, this is Oscar level of insanity. Like Oscar level acting. I need to reunite my past self with my current into a better version who will make you proud. And please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be when I deserve it, because no one knows or cares about me more. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made that promise to me after losing my dad, and I know how happy he is right now that I did get to go to Scotland and Ireland. Scotland's probably shit, Ireland's probably shit as well. Joking, I liked Ireland. As he always wanted for me, to modify a classic, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy, and I will add, it is I who is unworthy. Always, Natalie. My hands look worse in Scotland and Ireland because the cold turns the old scars purple. Still on the road to recovery. I assume those are from when she had bone cancer and some kind of experimental treatment. I mean, this is just a fucking insane story. I'm really sorry, guys. Drinking so much caffeine has sent me crazy. So I am going to stick on Riyadh Awad right now. Riyadh Awad, Intifada. I'm going to stick this on, and then I'm going to go pee. I'll see you in a second. Come on, play please. Enjoy. Sorry for my Okay, I have returned. Sorry that. Yes, I am back. We demand the piss cam. No. There isn't going to be none. Final Natalie Harp thing is first. Well, it's actually two things. Do you want indication of like why Trump actually likes her? Have a listen to this. This was yesterday.
Who has done an unbelievable job. It's so sad. You know, you meet people and you love people, but her name is Caroline, and she's our press secretary, and she just had a baby. And I just learned she loves the baby more than she loves Donald Trump, and I'm very angry with her. Where is Caroline? Who has done an
Jesus Christ. Ooh. I did wash my hands. Although I'm having to use a very neutral soap. I don't want to show you why, but my hands are gross. Like, they are really, really, really grim. My hands are not pleasant to look at right now. Really, really just unpleasant. By the way, some might say, oh, it's a joke. But I don't know. When you read those letters, what do you think? This is the most crazy one. So when Natalie Harp used to host the news show and be a talk show host. Have a listen to how she used to talk.
We can't talk about winning back the House and Senate in 2022 and the White House in 2024 if we don't act on the fact that we actually did win the White House and the Senate in 2020. We shouldn't be afraid to say that because it's true. We the people know America, as we know it, could be ending in the next 2 or 4 years, which is exactly what President Trump is warning of. They think if they can get President Trump, they can get the 75 million people to shut up and stand down. And they, as President Trump said at CPAC yesterday, each of us, if we haven't already, have a decision to make. Not in 2022.
This video is really sketching me out because it keeps flickering.
At the ballot box, but right here and right now, to choose a side. And by the way, sidelines don't count. It just shows how desperate the Democrats were to find the votes to make up for President Trump's insurmountable lead. And they can be summed up in 2 words.
This is actually giving me kind of issues. I really hate looking at this. But yeah, apparently she ended her program with a daily Bible quote, which she sometimes swapped out the Bible quote for a quote from "And remember what Trump said." Ugh. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Ugh. Is it bedtime already for you, Radical Caffeine? Sleep well. I swear you live in Saudi. It's like 7 p.m. no? I hope if you're getting an early night. Good for you, my man. Okay, right. Let's stick on Noah Samsen's video because I want to have a chill day today. I'm sure this is great. So he's responding to one of the sort of ilk of these Israeli propagandists, which is this lady, Mia Talius.
Gave a fuck about Iranians. You would want Iran to be bombed. And of course, as any manipulative pro-pally would, he puts a picture of a clearly sick child who's very malnourished next to his fat mother. She has been yapping about a famine since 2023. The thing you don't know about Bisan is that she just keeps getting fatter.
لازم تسمعني يا أخي احنا قاعدين بنموت من الجوع.
So this is Mia Talius. She is an Israeli social media influencer who I made a video about a couple months ago. Well, it turns out that she actually responded to my video. As some of you may recall, she made it a point to stress that she is a very honest person.
I always hated liars since I was a little girl. I just couldn't handle it. I've always
By the way, this is something I won't get over. This woman up here is the same Mia Talius in these other photos. She looks so different.
Like this disgustingly honest person.
And in this response, she restates this point again and goes even further to claim that she never ever lies.
I've always been like this disgustingly honest person.
And is this...
Oh yeah, I have. It is actually crazy how honest of a person I am. And at the end of the day, I am the way that I am because I like to sleep well at night. I do not tell lies. Ever.
But after saying this, she proceeds to lie about every single point, literally every one, for 2.5 hours straight.
If I show a source from the IDF, which again, it's true, it's based on the field, we are the ones doing it, it's all documented. Anybody in Gaza that's ever faced some sort of hunger, you can blame Hamas. To find the pro-Israeli side, you really have to dig deep.
And this might be the best example I've seen of how if you want to defend Israel, you have to be fully dedicated.
My hands aren't sore. I think I told you guys a few days ago. My hands have become like really gross because it was just too warm recently. And I think it's given me like a bit of a dry skin because of probably the oils and stuff in my hands. But yeah.
To inverting reality, to living on a completely different planet. There's so much to cover here that I'm gonna have to break this up into multiple response videos, I think. And so this one will center on a specific topic, which is the lies that Mia tells to justify Israel's starvation campaign in Gaza. So first, Mia denies that a famine even took place.
There was a famine in Gaza.
There isn't. And there wasn't.
What is she basing that off of then exactly? Well, her evidence is of 5 Instagram reels of Palestinians who are overweight. In her response, she just plays the videos and starts making fun of the people in them, laughing at them, making jokes at their expense.
أنا هيما بربخ من سكان مدينة غزة لازم تسمعني أنت اللي بتشاهد الفيديو لازم
I think one of the problems with Israelis actually is when they think Like, this definitely does appeal to other Israelis. And I think Israelis are pretty loyal on YouTube. When you think about it, it's not that surprising that, like, loads of them are just, like, watching the same creators. Okay, but this sort of lady doesn't realize that every time she opens her mouth, she comes across as really horrible. The same with the other person who thought that they were coming across as really intelligent, who thought that they were like owning me, but they just come across as really, really repugnant and just racist and disgusting.
اسمعني يا أخي احنا قاعدين بنموت من الجوع.
He's been starving since breakfast.
Yeah, pretty disconcerting stuff. Her point here is that, you know, if there's fat people, there's no famine. That proves it. But that's not true. Famine, or IPC Phase 5, it has a very specific definition.
Phase 5 is a famine or catastrophe, and that's when the entire system is collapsed. That's when mortality rates are now elevated above what we call 2 per 10,000 people dying per day. When malnutrition rates are above 30%.
Yeah, I also don't know if all of the people who kept donating her money realized that there's quite a large split of that goes to me. So you're effectively just donating to the like when you, so if someone's on your live and you get a donation, it doesn't go to them. But if you're hosting someone, all of those Israelis donating them their her hard-earned shekels were just giving me money, which is really unusual.
Global acute malnutrition. And when food consumption is so bad that over 20% of the population in any given area are just not able to even eat enough food to sustain themselves.
So notice in that classification that there's no requirement that everyone looks like skin and bones. The post that Mia is citing here, where she's making fun of this man who's talking about his people being starved to death, it's dated August of 2025. And what was happening in August of 2025? Well, that's the month that the IPC declared the famine.
Yeah, well, also, something that's kind of interesting is famines, as they've occurred in times where we've had, like, you know, access to a lot of cameras and things like that. During the Second World War, of course, there were famines, but there was no prevalence. Most of them happen in sub-Saharan Africa. Famines very rarely hit urban population centers exclusively. And you would actually assume in urban population centers that distributing aid would be much easier because the infrastructure would already exist, or it would be easier to get it into it. There will have been it, but I assume it was only through, like, specifically very brutal sieges. There are, even in a brutal siege, people with more money will just have better access to anything that is there. You guys have seen Game of Thrones and Bron's advice, where he's like, you gotta kill the smugglers during a siege.
In Gaza. And at the time, because it was a famine, people were starving to death every single day. In that month alone, nearly 200 people died due to malnutrition, and 103 of those people were children.
It is a famine. The Gaza famine.
The IPC classification of famine only happens when 3 thresholds are met: extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and starvation-related deaths. All 3 have now been breached in Gaza City.
By the end of September 2025, famine is projected to further expand to the governorates of Deir el-Balah and Khan Yunis.
Today's report confirms our worst fears, that children's diets have collapsed, with basic nutrition out of reach for most.
More than
By the way, these problems, one of the crazy things is, all of these Zionists, I mentioned this the other day, kept citing this new UNICEF report. If you go look at the statistics, many of the issues still persist, just not to the extremity.
12,000 children were identified as acutely malnourished. It was the highest monthly figure ever recorded, and a 6-fold increase since the start of the year. Hunger and malnutrition are not only about empty stomachs. It weakens bodies, fuels disease, cripples health systems, and robs children of their future.
It is a famine that we could have prevented if we had been allowed. Yet food stacks up at borders.
Also, once again, one of the really specific aspects about Gaza, literally, you can just compare the size of Sudan to Gaza and look at the famine there. famine in Gaza, undeniably, like, I believe the RSF, I don't know if the SAF have done it. I know that the RSF, I've read this, RSF have intentionally destroyed food stores. I am unaware if the SAF have done that. Someone might tell me otherwise. But in Sudan, it's not like entirely the responsibility of those people. It is their responsibility in the sense they're waging the war, but it's also, Sudan is a massive country with a collapsing breadbasket and any way of producing food as a result of being engulfed by this war. In Gaza, that stuff has not only been intentionally wiped out where it did exist by Gaza, but Israel has actively chosen to demonize and prevent the supply of aid that already pre-existed.
Because of systematic obstruction by Israel. Enough. For humanity's sake, let us in.
And I actually presented this fact that the IPC ruled a famine in Gaza in my first video. And how does Mia deal with that? Well, let's just watch.
The IPC, the highest governing body tasked with determining famine levels, declared a famine in Gaza. Hundreds of people starved to death.
Words, 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 blah, 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 blah.
Hundreds of...
So yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Literally just plugging her ears and closing her eyes and going la 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 la.
Blah, blah, blah.
And as soon as you see this, the rest of the video is so hard to watch because she's using these like demonic arguments that are also disproven by the report that she refused to engage with. You're being manipulated by images of starving children because some of those children that are starving are all...
I don't even know if it's just water weight, but also remember one of the major issues of a famine is not just like about being able to get stuff in. It's being able to get nutritional stuff that is particularly important for young children in their development. Being able to get sweets and crap, that stuff keeps for ages. Perhaps it was all around Gaza. I know some people on the ground talked about how Israel and that stuff seemed to be getting in, probably because you can charge higher margins for it. If you have money, which certain people did in Gaza, they probably would have just got access to it, quick access to it. So it wouldn't surprise me, but that doesn't mean you're healthy.
So sick.
And of course, as any manipulative pro-pally would, he puts a picture of a clearly sick child who's very malnourished next to his fat mother.
I can't do it, dude. I can't. The sound effects, the Pixar grin. It's not just like being confidently wrong, it's being confidently literal Hitler. This is a common method of starvation denial, right? I actually just saw Van Jones, the former CNN anchor, making this point.
You have legacy media that's also terrible and falling for nonsense.
Right.
For instance, the picture that broke everybody's heart of the so-called starving baby.
Like, also, by the way, famine data and famine is obviously a complex thing to interpret, yet these people believe that famine is defined by a singular image. It's the quality of food as well. Yeah, 100%. Grain and bread, which does cause bloating. Well, it's also just you need stuff. You need, like, specific things, and the most vulnerable are always children and elderly.
It turned out to not be a starving child. They cut out the full image that showed the sibling perfectly fine. That child had a genetic issue. It was not being starved by Israel.
But it's on its face totally monstrous because in every case of famine, the first people to die from starvation are people with pre-existing conditions and illnesses, especially if they are children. So the fact that the children that are malnourished, as she says,
very malnourished,
are also sick children, it just kind of proves the point, right? The image in the thumbnail is of Muhammad al-Mutawak. His condition was described by NPR as being nearly all bone with protruding eyes, a swollen stomach, and a spine so sharp and so defined it seemed it might poke through his thin skin. So that was a result of his 30-year-old mother being too malnourished herself to produce breast milk and the restrictions on entry.
You know, as well, one of the crazy things is a lot of Zionists like to deny the Gaza genocide because they're like, well, what else could we be doing, you know? It's like you do these things where your people state what they want to do, and then the bad thing happens to people, and you go, well, I was just trying to stop Hamas, I was just trying to stop aid getting to Hamas, and blah, blah, blah. The Nazis' claim around what they were doing, by the way, when they planned to starve huge amounts of Russians and Jewish people, was we can't feed them. We can't feed Slavic people because Germany doesn't have enough food to sustain people. And I've never really got that argument and how far people are willing to take it, because in almost every context of genocide, you can find other justifications that people had. It's just how crazy that justification is.
Making it so that baby formula was unavailable. A widow, Al-Mutawak, went from hospital to hospital looking for food or milk to offer Muhammad and her other child, his 5-year-old sister, but says she has been unable to find any. The one remaining pediatric ward treating malnutrition in Gaza closed down this month, citing a lack of food and medical supplies. Mia's next defense of the deliberate starvation of children is suggesting that the images showing their hunger are not actually real because they're being staged.
Could you quickly...
I am just going to go run and pee again, and I know people will be like, are you okay? Yeah, I've got issues. I'm going to chair react to Noah. Noah will love this. Sorry, Mr. Noah. I feel like I've interjected, though, so it's okay.
Tell me what this is? Quickly, if you could tell me, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I can explain what that is. That's an aid worker filming promotional material for social media to help with donations so that they can purchase goods and feed starving people, hopefully. The reason they have to film things like this is partly because when they tell the world that they're being starved, the world doesn't believe them, and the reason they don't believe them is because of people like you. And that other photo you showed of what you refer to as staged Hamas propaganda, that's actually just a barrier between the starving people and the people who give the starving people aid in their pots. The photographer is documenting the scene from behind the barrier. At every humanitarian aid site, especially at this time, they needed barriers because so many people were starving and so few organizations actually had food that people were literally clamoring over one another to hopefully get some kind of food so their families would not starve to death. Again, the evidence she's using to deny that a famine took place is evidence of famine. And from here, she moves on to another classic, which is, you know, Hamas is stealing aid.
But there was a famine in Gaza.
There isn't. And there wasn't. And anybody in Gaza who is starving is because of Hamas. Hamas is stealing the aid. Anybody in Gaza that's ever faced some sort of hunger, you can blame Hamas.
How can...
Listening to...
is because of Hamas.
Listening to someone like this talk, okay? Listening to someone like this talk, you just see the problem of trying to debate someone like this. What is even a reputable source to them of famine happening? Because they'll just say everything is just anti-Jewish.
But there was a famine in Gaza.
There isn't. And there wasn't. And anybody in Gaza who is starving is because of Hamas. Hamas is stealing the aid. Anybody in Gaza that's ever faced some sort of hunger, you can blame Hamas.
How convenient for Israel that they can just do that. Again, just lying, right? There's no evidence to suggest that Hamas has been systematically stealing any kind of aid going into Gaza. And that's not according to Hamas. That's according to Israel and the United States. For nearly 2 years, Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid provided by the United Nations and other international organizations. The government has used that claim as its main rationale for restricting food from entering Gaza. But the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to two senior...
Yeah, I know. Nobody's starving, and even if there is, Hamas did it. You start to realize, like, sometimes I think of the pointlessness of debate, and then I think, like, well, you make people feel more confident in their opinions. You keep attention on Palestine, especially when everything is done to have people stop talking about Palestine. But it's just, yeah. Oof. Apparently, 7 people have died, including 2 police officers. A suspicious Volkswagen crashed into a police car and killed 5 people. Jesus.
Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter. In fact, the Israeli military official said the UN aid delivery system, which Israel derided and undermined, was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population. According to the US aid review, of the 156 incidents of theft...
I think the only point in engaging is, unfortunately, the way in which you reach larger audiences with your content and more people consider and interest and you maintain it in Palestine is unfortunately by creating oppositional videos. By the way, the one thing I will say as well, I think there's plenty of criticism around debate, but with a video like this as well, The famine in Gaza happened, and the famine is still being denied. I don't like this whole thing of saying, well, Israeli propaganda's changed entirely. There are so many people who are trying to push this notion that there was no famine in Gaza. This stuff is still happening. However little you believe it, these people are still doing it. It is up to... The onus is on people to combat in whatever arena where they have the skill, whether that's academia, whether that's just on an interpersonal level, whether that's politically, whether that's on social media, YouTube, wherever. And I think that that does matter. I support the debates. Keep wrecking noobs as much as you have the patience for it. Yeah, but we're going to reduce because I can see Twitch doesn't like debating as much. YouTube doesn't dislike it, but I know that there are some of you who I like having in here who don't. The only thing I'm going to say, guys, can we stop talking about the DSA? If you want to go talk about it, please go talk about it on not here, because we're talking about something else right now and we don't need to talk about the DSA and how much it sucks.
Or loss of aid in between October 2023 and May 2025, they recorded 0 reports alleging that Hamas benefited from US-funded supplies. The report did implicate Israel, though. At least 44 of the 156 incidents where aid was stolen or lost were either directly or indirectly caused by Israeli military actions. Again, this is the United States saying this, right? Israel's greatest ally, the country that funded and is funding and defending tooth and nail the genocide Israel's committing. Does Mia engage with any of this information, any of these reports? No, of course not. Instead, she offers her, again, bulletproof evidence of Instagram...
You know the other guy? Who's... he's been posting some stuff that I haven't necessarily agreed with. And I unfollowed him because he was becoming quite annoying. But he posted... This History Speaks guy has been coming up with quite an interesting talking point that I would love to see analysed. What his argument is Israel has not been able to produce that it was actually very successful at shooting Palestinians, with actual bullets. Predominantly, seemingly, how militants are being killed. I say Palestinians, they've actually shot a lot of Palestinians with bullets. But they have mostly bombed people in the context of, they have mostly killed militants through bombing. They have never been able to prove it through the shooting. It's an interesting point to make, because what were Israeli soldiers doing? Just shooting civilians. Yeah, it may be relevant, but if you want to have a discussion with people, just have it off here. But, the thing is we're talking about something else as well. Drone bullets too, yeah. I get it, but it's just every day we don't need to have a conversation about Mamdani, the DSA. I know people's opinions, and, it's not like I've disagreed with them.
Reels, just like a handful of unverified, unsourced Instagram reels showing footage of groups of armed men in and around humanitarian aid trucks.
Do you also see the problem of how simplistic these people's worldviews are, and the same with pro-Israel content creators generally? Yeah. I've never seen Israeli soldiers in any actual... There are videos of Israeli soldiers in combat. There's one where some Israeli soldiers fell down a state. But no, you can... By the way, feel free to debate amongst yourselves and discuss these things. It's just you can do it in the Discord rather than this.
With their pew pews. Do you hear the gunshot? Here is some more Hamas aid takeovers.
By the way, as well, a lot of these people, there are private security firms that operate inside of Gaza. I saw someone posting about this, how one of them was apparently a PIJ member, but he also operated as a private security guy who could be hired out. Anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if these people are just hired private security in Gaza. People have jobs. Do they realize that? And yeah, fighting with bullets is just a terrible idea.
So given the lack of evidence that Hamas is stealing aid drawn from sources that have every incentive to...
And I know, I'm sorry about ads and stuff. The only reason I have it is obviously because I'm a smallish content creator, and even though it doesn't pay me much, it's money which helps me sustain doing this, and so yeah.
lie about that. What did
But no, also, just one final thing on debates. I am going to get more firm because today makes me realize, and often I end up in this circle of like, I end up with a debate like that where I, eventually get round to like talking to this person seriously, but they just go on and on and on and on. I think there has to be a boot and they have to establish coherence, and I'm going to start writing down things they said. Wasn't there an actual mob in Gaza stealing stuff? Yes, Yasser Abu Shabab is the main character in it.
these videos actually show. And well, because they're, just pulled from some random Instagram reel, it's not entirely clear, but there's a few possible explanations. Hamas isn't the only armed group inside of Gaza. There are other armed groups. This includes the criminal gangs that are collaborating with Israel, like Yasser Abu Shabab's Popular Forces or Rami Hillis's Popular Defense Forces. And unlike Hamas, these groups have been documented repeatedly stealing aid, and they do so in areas under Israeli control because Israel allows them to do this. Israel helps them.
In November, nearly 100 UN trucks carrying enough flour to feed 2/3 of...
But that was aside from the volume, I was kind of happy how I spoke to Maddie the second time or the third time. The issue with Maddie is like, once you get used to someone, you get more used to how to interact with someone. When you're interacting with a person first time, it's quite tough.
Gaza's population for 1 week were looted by organized criminal gangs. An internal United Nations memo obtained by the Washington Post revealed the UN believes the gangs have likely been benefiting from a passive, if not active, benevolence.
Yeah, also, by the way, Israel is also really, really, really specifically scared of soldiers dying, which, Drac, you're completely correct about, even more scared than Americans. Americans obviously generated problems in Vietnam as a result of, Americans dying. I don't know what the proportion of black Americans who died in... how many of the soldiers who died in Vietnam were black? 7,000 black soldiers, so that's 12%, so obviously there's still a... Was that an overrepresentation? Or I don't know. Although, apparently they were 24% of fatal casualties in 1965. But yeah.
Even protection from the Israeli military.
Basically, every time Israel came under intense pressure to allow food into Gaza, they would allow the food, but unleash these gangs.
By the way, this is also the other thing. In Sudan, do you think that easily, you could get food out to people who live in incredibly rural Sudan? No, because Sudan is a massive country and you would have to build the infrastructure. When it comes to Gaza, it's so easy.
To come out and loot it immediately.
Netanyahu has admitted this, it's not a secret.
It's the first time Benjamin Netanyahu has publicly admitted to Israel aiding armed Palestinian groups in Gaza.
On the advice of security officials.
Oh, but you've got to remember, when it comes to Israel as well, that things like the mass extermination of Jewish people still weigh heavy on people's minds. I know that it's that didn't happen that long ago. And so when it comes to losing children, people are scared about the amount of Jewish people there are anyway. So, well, actually, I don't think that's actually a fair thing. Every mother is scared to lose their son, no matter where they're from. Well, I guess some people are just they died for a cause, amongst Israelis and everyone.
We activated clans in Gaza that oppose Hamas. What's wrong with that?
You're right. We need to shorten debates as well, wellness over fitness. I'll take these ideas down.
Is only good and saves the lives of IDF soldiers.
In one of the posts Mia shares, the caption reads, "Either I bring food and flour for my family, or I die today waiting in front of the aid trucks." Israel killed nearly 2,000 Palestinians during the aid massacres in Gaza, the Hunger Games style horror scenes where they were systematically shooting and killing large crowds of starving people.
Yeah, I also think, by the way, when people talk about bravery of soldiers, and sure, the US is doing barbaric and evil things, but if you're on the front line and you're actually fighting and you're in a situation where you don't have air support, it does require some extent of bravery. But even then, you compare that to World War I, where you were just rushing into a fucking machine gun and getting mowed down, or someone who fights against the US where they know they're probably going to be blown up by are going to be blown up by air support. It's a very different thing. But also, compare it to something like, I mean, reading about Barbarossa, like the Russians just fighting to the last man in the face of like, okay, the Germans are going to blow the shit out of us, and being starved. Like the level of bravery required to just fight in that is kind of crazy. Death of over 1 million Sunnis and exile of more than 15 millions. What are you talking about? What do you say to the fact that Iran was responsible? Where was Iran responsible for the death of 1 million Sunnis? Are you talking about in Syria? I mean, no doubt Iran's backing of Assad is not something which I'm very favorable of. I don't think what's happened in Syria is great, but also you must realize that the Americans interfered in that country too. It was hardly like they were interested in what was best for Syrians. I mean, eventually the government fell, but there's still mass killing going on there, unfortunately. But I think that the other thing that I'm going to say in response to you, that is totally willing to criticize Iran about, as anyone here will know, I don't have mass favor of them. I don't know where the million Sunni number comes from. Gonna prep for Community Day. Oh, see you later, Tara. Have a great day. Hand of God is striking their enemies for them, so they will keep using America's bombs on their enemies. 100%. Own isn't a virtue, it's what you do with it. Very true. Very true. They murdered more than 600,000 in Syria, and add that to all... Okay, can I ask you a question, right? First of all, why is it that Iran would be responsible for 600,000 deaths in Syria? First of all, Syria casualty civil war. First of all, you're assuming that my position is that I think the Islamic Republic is incredibly based. Many of the people who died in the Syrian civil war, okay, were soldiers. Like, they were government forces. Like, do you think Iran is responsible for every government soldier who died? Like, the Syrian government forces, you know, here's a breakdown if you really want. About 200,000 in a high estimate are civilians, okay? That would make about 400,000 soldiers. Do you think Iran is responsible for every soldier that dies in the Syrian civil war? Like, what do you think? 100,000 Syrian military and police died. Syrian militias, 68,000. 2,000 Hezbollah people died. What do you think? This will be from the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights. If you really want me to just click on the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights, I don't also understand what the contention would be here. What I'm saying is hundreds of thousands of government forces died. They either objectively did or didn't die. Using Wikipedia to form an entire opinion about something, yes, that is very much problematic. And no doubt there are inconsistencies. But all of these are sourced, and I've just told you this is a high estimate of the death toll. So how do you think it is that Iran is responsible when the majority of people who died, only a slim majority, were soldiers? But, BRP, I just want to ask you a question. I really just want to ask you a question here. How is Iran responsible for every Assad person who died? Like, every Assad soldier? How so? Like, I don't really get that. Like, I don't really get that. There is meddling by the Iranians, interventionism by the Iranians in Syria is not looked upon kindly by a lot of Syrians. You can ask them if you want. There are differing opinions on this 100%. There are also Syrians who will not like it, but there are also Syrians who talk about the interventionism by, you know, Western governments, the arming of ostensibly moderate rebels that transformed an uprising into quite a brutal civil war. But, you know, Assad was no stranger to using quite repressive policies. Those already existed. But this notion of all of these Assad soldiers, well, Iran wasn't responsible for those soldiers dying. Sure, Iran supported Assad, but it didn't kill those soldiers. You said they killed those millions of Sunnis. Also, we don't know how many of them were Alawites as well, so I don't know. This is a pretty strange number. To pin everything in Syria on Iran is interesting. Russia intervened, Turkey intervened, Turkey was involved in interventionism. By the way, Turkey just spent its time bombing Kurdish civilians. I don't know if anyone knows this. Turkey claimed, in my understanding, that they were attacking ISIS, but a lot of the time they were just bombing Kurdish civilians. Russia was in there with air support. All that was that all harmless? I don't really get it. I don't really get this argument. It is kind of a problem of like pulling up this thing. BRP, you can call crimes done by Iran, but why is it you and many influencers paint Iran as angels? If you have watched me debate someone who is telling just barbaric lies about and just ridiculous lies about Iran, I will respond to them. But if I end up defending it, that's not really the case. I'll see if I can find what I was reading. No. Here you go. I think it's from here. Let me just check. So yeah, join the war against... US ally Turkey joined the supposed war against ISIS in Syria with airstrikes and by allowing the US to use its base in Idlib along the Syria-Turkish border. That Turkey's intelligence agency helped supply to parts of Syria under Islamist rebel control in late 2013 and early 2014 clarifies Turkey's aims. While appearing to launch attacks on the Islamic State in Syria, Turkey simultaneously targeted PKK Kurdistan Party workers, consisting of Syrian Kurds who have been the main opposition to ISIS on the ground, thereby alienating America's most important ally. I assume this is a WikiLeaks document that it takes me to. I'll tell you in a second. Oh, no. So this is from Reuters. This is Reuters' claim. But there were plenty of people messing around in Syria. Placing all the blame there on Iran is not a good idea. It's not a smart idea, and it doesn't really track with everything. I also don't think that it's a Hasbara talking point. This is a... Here you go. Of the 1,032 arrested by Turkey, 847 are accused of links to the PKK and just 137 to ISIS. Turkey has also refused to give air cover to Syrian Kurdish soldiers fighting against ISIS. Well aware of this, US remains reluctant to condemn Turkey. US has never shied away from using its allies and enemies to suit its own strategic interests without paying attention to the consequences of such collaborations, however harmful. This is from the WikiLeaks files. I remember reading this. It's a book by someone. The Only Comprehensive Analysis. It's contributed by a ton of academics. I don't think that this is Hasbara. Yeah, Brace Belden is entirely to blame. I don't know that Belden did. Didn't Belden fight with like a specific battalion? PKK is sus. I don't need any more evidence than the fact that Westoids can go fight to them and welcome straight back home unbothered. You're not welcomed straight back home if you go and fight in the Syrian civil war. You are bothered. Not to the same extent of other things, but you're not bothered because technically they have a relationship. The US has a relationship with them, but they will still bother you.
That we're sprinting towards the Gaza so-called humanitarian foundation aid sites. Mass murder of starving people. Some of the most horrific scenes I've ever seen in my life happening live.
Ya Allah. They queued all night, desperate for food, and came under fire. More than 60 people reported killed, eyewitnesses say by Israeli gunfire and weaponized drones, in separate deadly incidents during a week of aid chaos in Gaza. The victims, Palestinians traveling to depots they were told would provide help. aid stations set up by the Israelis.
I guess you are correct about that, that the PKK would have received funding from the Pentagon. It doesn't mean that, like, fighting against ISIS was not necessarily a good thing. But then again, my expertise on the PKK in Syria isn't fantastic.
And backed by the US. A system that began under a cloud of controversy and criticism and is now at the center of 2 mass killings.
And so any reference to being shot at near an aid truck is not about Hamas. That's Israel. And this is confirmed in the post, actually. I didn't see this, but in the description, they talk about drones.
Saudis in the Gulf states also provided aid in fighting ISIS. Will you give credit for that? What? Well, I mean, have you ever had a check where the hijackers for 9/11 came from?
Only one party in the conflict uses drones to kill Palestinians, and it's not Hamas. And the other videos that Mia shares here don't even show aid trucks being robbed. They just show armed men riding on the trucks, which is most likely Palestinians guarding the aid from looting by the gangs that are backed by Israel. Because of this looting, the trucks needed protection, and that protection was offered by Gaza police forces, as well as local family clans that have small arms. The Abu Mugib clan youth association, for example.
What do you think the PKK was fighting against? Turkey has stopped the brutal civil war there. What, you think Turkey stopped the civil war exclusively? Jordan trained ISIS fighters, did they? And yes, I mean, the Islamic State. Is it called The Redirection by Seymour Hersh? Is that what it was called? Is that the story of what it's called? The thing where he talks about, like, Saudi's relationship with all of this?
The large family network in Gaza. They've shared footage publicly securing aid in commercial trucks from the crossings to the warehouses, protecting drivers, preventing looting, and coordinating.
Also, by the way, I'm very sorry. I need to pee. Again, this is my 5th pee. This is what happens. Caffeine is a diuretic, right? I'm not in trouble, am I? I'm not going to be having problems. I have to go pee, though. But I'm going to put on music this time, and then we'll get back so I don't just, I don't feel fair. I thought it would be 1 pee, okay? Okay? I have to go, though.
أنا للقدسي من البلدة القديمة أنا من شوارع فلسطين الحبيبة أنا للقدسي من البلدة القديمة أنا من شوارع فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي 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 بالبلدة القديمة أنا من شوارع فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي بالبلدة القديمة أنا من شوارع فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي في الشوارع في المزارع في المصانع في الطرقات في الشوارع في المزارع في المصانع في الطرقات سأبقى أناضل لتحرير الأرض والإنسان سأبقى أناضل لتحرير الأرض والإنسان.
Okay, right, I've returned. I apologize. I apologize. I'm back. I'm really sorry. It's okay, Chris. I got the same problems. I've just drunk so much. I'm feeling, every 15 minutes, most annoying. It normally happens when I drink. Did you wash those mitts? Oh, shut up. Shut up about washing the mitts. Right, let's get back to this, because I'm never going to finish this. Who has bathroom issues? I don't have bathroom issues. I just drank too much water. I swear. I swear it's just that. Nah, don't worry.
with other families, international organizations such as World Central Kitchen and the World Health Organization asked us to secure the delivery of their aid. After we succeeded, our family-based group was formally established to serve that purpose. And these families, along with the Gaza police, the ones who are protecting the food, are the ones that Israel is killing systematically.
A Gaza market on May 29th. Armed men steal any food they can find. The same location moments later. An Israeli strike targeting the Hamas security forces who'd been sent to stop the looting.
Just yesterday, Israel bombed a Gaza police station and killed 8 officers, along with a 13-year-old girl. Mia has this story entirely backwards. And from there, the lies just continue. They get even more ludicrous. So she ends up actually defending the idea of closing off all humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Because Israel continues to block trucks of humanitarian aid at the border.
As we fucking should. See, here's the thing. I wish we genuinely did that. We shouldn't stop it for a short while. We should stop it altogether.
With the claim that Palestinian...
My name is Mia Talias, and I am Israeli Hitler. I am loving the girl boss Hitler. He was, he was such a bad man. Oh my God, but the things he did, we should do them to Palestinians.
don't actually get any aid at all anyways.
And again, you don't understand how to fight these people. At the end of the day, this aid doesn't get to the Gazans. When we stop the aid, it's to stop the aid from going to Hamas. They're the only ones who take it anyway. So either way, the civilians are not getting the aid, right? So if we...
I also don't really get this. Like, this guy, this lady, what would it take for you to change your opinions about anything? There is nothing. There is nothing. You could show her every fact in the world and it wouldn't change anything.
Stop the aid trucks. It's not stopping them from getting to civilians because they don't get there anyway.
Before October 7th, over 80% of the population of Gaza relied on humanitarian aid to survive. That number is currently 95%, and it should be obvious why. Israel has totally decimated Gaza, including its internal food production capabilities, razing farmlands, killing fishermen, and destroying fishing boats.
For generations, Gaza's farmland has been a lifeline, fertile fields sustaining a population under siege. But now...
Yeah, and I by the way, on Syria, I do agree with you. It was about eliminating Assad. Because, once again, if the US was interested in building a better world, there were probably other ways that you could have eventually got rid of Assad if they'd really wanted that. But the thing is like, their actual goal was to just do whatever Israel wanted, which is always their goal. Which is like, yeah, our foreign policies align. Assad's a bit of a thorn in our side. We can't bring it together and do like a regime change that's along our lines. So what we'll do is we'll just collapse it and eventually hope for what happens. That leads to a country collapsing into a brutal, brutal civil war. It's awful.
That lifeline is being erased.
And on Kurdish people, as an Iranian, I would say Kurds have always been more or less manipulated by the US with empty promises of independence. So who is more to blame for PKK if they fought Turkey, PKK or US? I mean, the whole thing is like the thing when it comes to Kurds just do. I think a lot of Kurds just want the ability to have autonomy and the ability to live within their own region without de-development and to just practice their culture. And I think that is a totally acceptable thing. I'm not such a big fan of a state, but if a state is the only way of doing it, yeah. Usually it takes an epiphany at times, personally. A road to Damascus moment. Thank you, by the way, for the 2200. Syria and Iran represent huge Russian trade assets. I guess so does Israel, no? What countries... I would assume Iran is bigger than Israel just by virtue of the population. But population scale-wise? Which countries does Russia trade most with in the Middle East? I don't know the answer to that question. Okay, so none of these countries even reach. Turkey is the biggest trading partner of of Russia in terms of exports. Imports? There's not even a MENA country on here. Assad was a brutal, evil, maniacal dictator who oppressed his Sunnis. I mean, people wanted change. People wanted the government to fall, no doubt, in Syria. You're right about that, but the meddling didn't help. It certainly led to the trajectory of what happened there, which was bad. Actually, Carnegie Endowment for Peace is saying Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Turkey are the relationships that stand out. That was in 2024, so long after the Syrian civil war, where Syria was so degraded. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe once upon a time you would be right. But it says Turkey is by far the most important trading partner. 2012, it does have India, Iran, Syria, weapons export-wise. But yeah, it's pretty tough finding this information.
According to Gaza's Agriculture Ministry, Israel's military operations have devastated over 70% of the Strip's agricultural land, a loss of more than 12,000 hectares. The destruction has caused over $1.3 billion worth of damage, making this one of the worst agricultural disasters in Gaza's history.
I raised this point in my video, actually, and Mia responded to it, and her response is genuinely jaw-dropping.
Hundreds of thousands more were and remain without adequate food. And all the infrastructure for internal food production, like farms and fisheries, has been destroyed by Israel.
Oops! Don't start a war with us!
In Mia's video,
Jesus fucking Christ. This woman is so horrible.
There are a handful of moments like this one where she does tell the truth, where she admits, the crime of humanity, of collective punishment, where you're destroying a food source that people rely on while also closing off the access to humanitarian aid. I'm fine with that, she says. They deserve it. And there's other moments of clarity, like she references the prominent Palestinian journalist Bisan Auda while denying the famine. To do this, Mia points at her weight.
You know what you reminded me that I forgot to say? We were talking about the obese Gazans, and I think the best example, he just said journalist, it reminded me, is Bisan, Wizard Bisan. She is a journalist in Gaza, of course sponsored by Hamas, and she has been yapping about a famine since 2023. Now, the thing you don't know about Bisan is that she just keeps getting fatter.
Bone-chilling stuff. It's like Mean Girls, if they made it during the Third Reich. Truly evil shit. If you go to Bisan's profile, you'll see videos.
I removed that comment. You can't encourage violence. It's definitely against terms of service.
Like this.
Hey everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza, and I am still alive.
Yeah, and I think the thing with talking to these people about, I think the thing with talking to these people about what they say is, like, Nazi Germany was winning for quite a while. Do you have a problem with what they did when they were winning?
The source of drinking water here in Gaza Strip is the aquifer, or the underground water, and this is basically because Israel is stealing the Palestinian rivers and valleys, preventing the Palestinians themselves from getting to their own water, besides destroying the seawater desalination plant that was supposed to provide hundreds of thousands of Palestinians with drinking water before 2023. Today we are reporting this. We're asking the Palestinians how they're dealing with this issue, and we're figuring how the Gazans are obtaining water after all.
والله كتير احنا تعبنا. سيد امبارح كلم واحد وحكى له امبارح بدنا نعبي مي، ما جاش تبع الذنب، بس عبينا مي مالحة وانا صغير كنت اعبي مي.
لك 3 سنين يعني؟
عندي 3 سنين.
And if you're struggling to wonder how Mia can watch a video like that and her only takeaway being her weight becoming a talking point that she can use to justify exterminating Bisan's...
Nah, the Nazis only talked about a very short amount of time their plans to expel Jewish people to to Israel or to mandatory Palestine. The reason that they kind of abandoned it was because, first of all, I think someone went. I think Eichmann went to Israel and it went pretty disastrously. But one of the other things was that They didn't want Jewish people to be anywhere where they had any possibility of ruling themselves. Had they sent them to Madagascar, it would have still been like a colony under German control, probably ruled by like Einsatzgruppen and that kind of stuff. But seemingly this kind of stuff about their connection with sending Jewish people to Palestine was not very long. It was not a very long chosen thing.
People, if you're wondering how Mia is able to do that, it's because she's Israeli. Because in Israel, stuff like this is normal. Mia's perspective of dehumanization, open bloodlust, it's shared by the vast majority of Jewish Israelis. Overwhelmingly, they support ethnic cleansing, starvation, collective punishment, genocide. So when she tells this truth in Israel, you know, she's just repeating the national myths. It's the stuff they say on state TV, which is another thing I showed in my video. Clips from Channel 14 where the hosts are mocking a starving family. And I think Mia's reaction to this says a lot.
מתה מרעב, אסף, אולי נשים אותה? היא כבר מתה? אתם חייבים לראות את האימא. בואו נאמר ככה, כשרואים את האימא, אישה מורעבת, אתם חייבים לראות. בואו נראה, יש לנו את זה? תעלו את זה טיפה למעלה, יופי, תורידו. זו לא אישה מורעבת.
לא, זו אישה שאולי אכלה את כל האוכל של הילדה שלה, זה... לא יודע, לא יכול לחשוב... אישה שאכלה עיר שלם. שאכלה את הילדה עצמה.
But there was a famine in Gaza.
It's really, actually, you know what this is? People were talking about, and people were talking about here of their desire... people are always talking about their desire for primary sources. You just witnessed a primary source of what happens when an Israeli watches the news of like jokes about Palestinians starving. She just sits there and smiles. I'm not talking about Havara, just asylum seekers, basically. Yeah, I think the thing is a lot of people couldn't get out of Palestine, get out of Germany at points. Like they were sent to other places and just turned back at the border, like other parts of Europe. You had to get lucky to flee. I just want to delete that comment because it mentions like, yeah, I'm just going to remove that because obviously it mentions stuff which TOS will not like. So just be conscious of that.
Amir frequently refers to the fact that people are waking up to the lies of the pro-Palestine movement. And for this idea, she cites her growth on social media.
It's actually insane, you know? We just hit 100,000 and now it's at 145. And I think...
By the way, if any of you aren't aware of this, I can't yet prove it, but a long expose will come out in the near future about how Instagram has taken an intentional policy of boosting pro-Israel content. Mia Talius has now got 500k followers. Her content isn't particularly good or interesting. I just believe that the truth is their content is being pushed whilst pro-Palestine content is being pushed downwards.
I think that is very telling on the world waking up. I genuinely do.
Now, every poll of public opinion shows the opposite.
Like, why do you think this has happened, okay? There has been no major shift in public opinion at all, and yet all I see is pro-Israel content getting promoted after Israel devotes hundreds of millions of dollars to this.
What she's saying here, that the world hates Israel more and more each day. And I show this data in my video, and Mia reacts to it and has just nothing to say.
Israel is currently having a bit of a PR crisis. Across the world, public opinion of the country is at its lowest point in history. What's driving this crisis? Well, one might argue that it's an inevitable consequence of killing tens of thousands of children, destroying the lives of 2 million people.
But I do think she's onto something in her analysis here. Mia's been blowing up lately. She's getting millions of views. But her most popular videos aren't about Israel. They're about Muslims.
Why is the halal section in Tesco so small?
Because fuck my fucking life, that's why.
Why do we get only this little section here?
Maybe because you're not in a Muslim supermarket. And his caption goes, especially in a...
I forgot about this, that this is actually what they've been promoting. By the way, Israeli Foreign Ministry, these people, she will be working with the Israeli Foreign Ministry 100%. Or likely someone close up.
Muslim majority town. The craziest thing to me about this is the sense of entitlement. They will go live in these countries that have cultures that completely contradict everything they are as human beings and the countries that they came from. And instead of assimilating to the culture, they will do shit like this. Again, it's the sense of entitlement that gets me, because you will never see an English person going to one of the 57 Muslim fucking countries, walking into the supermarket and asking, why is everything halal here? You guys need to fix it. He will get shot in the fucking head.
They're about how Muslims are evil and bad and can't assimilate, and the comments reflect this perspective. Obviously, Islamophobia is kind of inherent to Israel. How else are you going to get all the people out of there that you're trying to get to leave? But because defending Israel is so unpopular right now, what its defenders have been doing are latching onto right-wing Islamophobic movements as an explicitly stated propaganda tactic from their own ministers of propaganda.
עם האגף השמרני האמריקאי והאירופי נגד
This is his whole strategy. And once again, one of the funniest aspects, Zionists absolutely love the Mufti's relationship with Hitler as a point. The major thing though is like, what do you think, like, so many of these people who you now have solidarity with, historically, their relationship with Hitler was? Also, fucking Spurs losing 2-0 to Brentford. Oof!
האסלאם הקיצוני, ונגד האחים המוסלמים. זה צריך להיות האסטרטגיה. כי כאן יש לנו בעצם בסיס משותף.
He's got the figurines! He's got the figurines! Oh my fucking god! He's got the figurines. He's got the figurines. You posted this. Yeah, this is what I mean. It'll already exist, but yeah, that's if anyone wants it, there's an article. He has the figurines. He has the fucking figurines. Oh my god, guys, this is what your donations today are going towards. Every single figurine ever.
שהוא לא לבוא ולומר כמה חשוב להתייחס, להיות נגד האנטישמיות. האנטישמיות לא מעניינת, לא את האירופאים.
Oh my god, why are you still messaging me shit about Iran? Let me read this dumbass comment.
Do you think considering Iran being a cancer in the region is pro-Israeli? I'm not talking about Israel. My question, which no one is answered, why is many influencers are painting Iranian regime as angels?
First of all, anyone worth their salt is not going to be like the Iranian regime is angels. People will criticize it. The reason you're seeing a lot of Americans talk positively about Iran is pretty evident, because they hate their fucking government. They hate their government. And seeing this pathetic and evil Western government be like dealt a blow to their prestige and this never-ending imperialism in the region, it's not really surprising why a lot of people are like, oh, hang on a second, I think it's awesome when Iran shoots back. Not to say I support that, because of course they are, illegally designated the IRGC, but whatever. Anyway, the point being is, like, I think a lot of people have this reaction, and if you aren't willing to recognize that, we have watched Western governments perpetrate genocide against the Palestinian people, okay? They've been complicit in it. They feign sympathy whilst they simultaneously still provide cover for Israel. Do you kind of see why people might start to like Iran? Why a lot of people fall for that? Why, like, you know what? When our governments do this evil shit, it doesn't surprise me, and whilst I don't enjoy people who say, well, Iran, just killed people in an uprising because they were Mossad sponsored, maybe there was interference like that. But the hard truth about those uprisings is discontent has existed for a long time, okay? The discontent in Iran is spurred by sanctions that we implement, which cause major issues. There's also discontent with the Islamic Republic style of government, the Islamic Republic's brutalities and their behaviors, which is totally their prerogative. But the other point that I will kind of make and feel about this is that argument that we have to go against the Iranians because of their barbaric policies would tend to land a lot heavier were there not a history of us preferring brutal autocrats and murderers over democratic revolutions when they do not support us, or not even democratic, just revolutions that don't go our way. Okay? And by the way, no, Iran did not commit genocide in Syria. Iran was not motivated by a desire to eliminate Sunnis. And I don't think that was present in anything that they did, a desire to eliminate Sunnis. And also, by the way, that poor puppy laying in the bed, preach, my man. Good to see you as always, Knox, and thank you for the $2.
האמריקאי הממוצע. האסלאם הקיצוני מאוד מעניין אותם. מאוד מאוד מעניין אותם. ולכן צריך לנצל את הדבר הזה.
Whether this will work or not, it remains to be seen, I guess. But for now, just keep an eye on it, because that's what they're going to be doing for the foreseeable future. Winning back the right-wing American populace through their mutual hatred of Muslims and Arabs kind of undercuts the whole, democracy in the Middle East thing they've been saying, but I'm sure they'll drop that line at some point. But yeah, okay, so I'm going to wrap the video here, because I feel like that's enough on...
Thank you, Mr. Noah Samsen. I'll put a link in here. I do want to read this one final comment for you, BRP. My argument is that you don't have to paint the two sides as one is white and the other is black in terms of Iran. This is why I actually hated debating people about Iran. Because unless you accede that everything they say about Iran being true and that they can make up whatever they want, apparently you support everything that the Islamic Republic has ever done. When have I ever painted it as white? I've just offered you a thing of why you might see more people sort of liking Iran right now. But what can you do? I'm never going to get through. Anyway, guys, that's going to be the end of the stream. We've been live for like 4.5 hours. That was a roller coaster of a stream. My heart was pounding. I'm going, whoa, I'm moving crazy. But thank you all for being here. I'll be live tomorrow. Swear there'll be no debates. We'll cover some shit news stuff. We'll cover some, shit news. It's always shit news, but there's some good stuff. I hope you all have a lovely rest of the day. I hope you all have a lovely rest of the day. See you guys soon.